Chapter 11, Part 1 of Bill the Conqueror by P.G. Wodehouse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The chase ends. Once started in flight, the human instinct is to keep on running. It was not immediately, therefore, that Bill recovered from the first stark desire to be elsewhere as quickly as possible, and began to turn on to the situation the searchlight of clear reason. For perhaps 10 minutes or a quarter of an hour, his faculties were entirely occupied with the desire to shake off pursuit, and with this end in view he kept his large foot firmly on the accelerator and paid only the most meagre attention to the hurriedly expressed criticisms of the various traffic policemen dotted here and there about the winding route. If he had a thought outside the bare, primitive craving for speed, it was a feeling of relief that he had taken the trouble to hire from the garage a really good car. It was as if some presentiment had warned him not to accept the quaint old relics which they had offered him at the start of the negotiations, but to hold out firmly and coldly till they produced a real Hummer. His motorist's eye had told him, after one glance at the engines, that this was a car of quality, and events were proving his judgment sound. With a smooth and effortless efficiency, it was eating up the asphalt like a racer. They snapped across Chelsea Embankment, purred up Oakley Street, and turning to the left at the Fulham Road, began, though Bill was not aware of it, to cover the same ground which he and Judson had gone over that night when they had followed Roderick to Wimbledon Common. In Putney High Street they were enabled to draw away for a while, for the limousine, to Sir George's manifest discomposure, though Briggs the chauffeur accepted the blow with wooden calm, got itself blocked by a brewer's dray just across the bridge, whereupon Bill, dexterously imitating the ingenious tactics of the hunted hare, turned down Lacey Road, into Charlwood Road, turned again into Felsham Road, and so, doubling on his tracks, crossed Putney Bridge once more, and bowled along the Fulham Palace Road, to emerge finally into the bustle of King Street, Hammersmith. It was a manoeuvre which might well have settled the issue, but Augustus Briggs, for all his woodenness, was an astute fellow, and looking over his shoulder as they reached Hammersmith Station, Bill was annoyed to perceive the limousine swerving lithely round a truck still in the game. It was at this point that he began to examine the situation. "What on earth is this all about?" he asked. "It's Uncle George." "I know. But what are we running away for?" "Because I don't want him to catch us." "Why not?" The question deprived Flick momentarily of speech. Bill filled the hiatus in the conversation by dodging an omnibus and turning sharp to the left up Addison Road. "What do you mean?" said Flick, astonished. "Well," said Bill, skillfully avoiding manslaughter with a quick twist of the wheel, "what can he do if he does catch us?" It had begun to irk his haughty spirit, this headlong flight from a little man with a double chin, whom he could have destroyed with a finger. He would have guaranteed, if challenged to mortal combat, to clean up Sir George and Briggs the chauffeur too, inside a couple of minutes. In the vivid phrase of Mr. Isaac Bullet, he could butter the pavement with them both. Yet here he was fleeing like the wicked man in the Psalms, permitting himself to be chivied by these persons all over London. The pride of the West put up a strong protest. "What on earth can he do?" he demanded again. "He can't tie you up and drag you home against your will." "I know," said Flick. "It's just that I can't face him." "Why not?" persisted Bill, just contriving to avoid diminishing the juvenile population of Ladbroke Grove by one. "You don't know Uncle George," said Flick, shaking her head. "He's such a compelling sort of man, so frightfully sort of hypnotic." "Oh, come," protested Bill. "Well, you know what I mean. He glares at you and tells you to do things, and you just do them. When he looks at me, I always feel like a rabbit and a snake." "How do you mean you feel like a rabbit and a snake?" said Bill, puzzled. "Well, you know, sort of hypnotized. I'm sure if my door hadn't been locked that night, and he had been able to come in and glare at me, I should have lost my nerve altogether and come meekly down to dinner instead of running away. If he catches us, I know exactly what will happen. I shall have to go back with him." "Nonsense! Be a man." "Well, that's how I feel." Bill was in many ways a simple soul, but he had lived long enough in this world to know that a woman's whims have to be respected, however apparently absurd to the view of the more earthy male. And in a dim way he could follow Flick and understand her position. Until he had got used to him, he had found Ridgway, his late manservant, affecting him in rather the same fashion. Ridgway had had quiet but decided views on ties and hats, and many a time, Bill remembered, he had had his way in these matters, sternly overriding the preferences of the man who paid him his wages. One cannot argue about personality. Its compelling power has to be accepted as a fact. If Flick felt like that about her Uncle George, and shrank so timorously from the prospect of meeting him, then Uncle George must be shaken off if it took the last drop of petrol in the tank. He pulled the wheel round, and they shot away in an easterly direction, and from this point the affair took on a dream-like aspect which precluded coherent thought. Bill had no notion where he was going. Like the heroine of a melodrama, he was lost in London. His simple policy was to take any road which looked smooth and fairly empty, and to skim down it till he came to another road possessing the same desirable qualities. And always the limousine followed. It was impossible to get away from it in the traffic, and Bill yearned for the open country. And suddenly, when he had least expected it, the houses began to thin, and he was thrilled by the discovery that there really was an end to this sprawling city after all. So sedulously had Bill twisted, retwisted, and kept on twisting his steering wheel, that, though he had started out along the Portsmouth road, he was now heading for Hertfordshire, and presently London, with its tram lines and traffic, was left behind, and they were out on the open road. "Now," said Bill, teeth grimly set, "we'll show 'em." Although this car of his was but a hired one, he had come in the course of this stern chase to love it like a son. It was a beautiful car, obviously only recently tuned up by expert hands, and what it needed to give of its best was just such a broad highway as now lay before it. Tram lines and traffic fret and hamper a car of spirit. What it craves is space. This it had now got, and the roar of the engines as Bill pressed down his foot sounded like a joyful cheering. The needle on the indicator crept up to 40, then swiftly to 45. "Laugh this off," growled Bill over his shoulder at the pursuing limousine. It was as if Augustus Briggs had heard the provocative words. He did not attempt to laugh it off, for he was a chauffeur, and by the rules of his guild not allowed anything beyond a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. But he did indulge for an instant in this faint smile. The idea of a Cardinal 6, for such he perceived Bill's car to be, attempting to give the dust to his own peerless brown Windsor. excited in him an almost jovial contempt. And so sudden was the bound which the limousine made as he opened the throttle, that a hen down the road which had planned to make a leisurely crossing saved its valuable life only by a frenzied leap in the last split second. And so, going nicely, they passed through New Barnet, Hadleywood, Potter's Bar, and South Mimms, and came to the town of Hatfield. And it was outside Hatfield, just before you come to Brocket Hall, that the long, long trail reached its abrupt end. Bill had not been unaware of the new touch of grimness added to the chase. He had noted the chauffeur's spurt, and had answered it by putting his needle up into the 50s. But now a chill feeling of impending defeat had begun to lower his mood of exultation. Something seemed to tell him that the car behind had just that extra turn of speed which was going to make all the difference. Sticking doggedly, however, to his guns, he was endeavoring to urge the Cardinal 6 to a gait which its maker had never contemplated, when the disaster occurred which, subconsciously, he had been anticipating all the time. There was a sudden, loud report. The Cardinal 6 swerved madly across the road, nearly jerking the wheel out of his hands. And when he had managed to get it into control, he was made aware by a harsh bumping that the worst had happened. At the very tensest stage of the race, he had been put out of the running by a burst tire. The tragedy had taken place almost immediately opposite the neat little gate of a neat little house, standing back from the road behind the shelter of a quickset hedge. Bill brought the car to a stop and looked behind him. The limousine, a couple of 100 yards in the rear, was coming up like a galleon under sail. He grasped Flick's arm. It was a moment for swift action. "Come on!" he cried, and jumping out, they ran through the gate. The garden in which they found themselves was one of those beautifully trim preserves whose every leaf and petal speaks eloquently of a loving proprietor. Neat little sticks supported neat little plants. Neat little gravel paths ran between neat little flower beds. It was the sort of garden from which snails, wandering in with a carefree nonchalance, withdrew abashed, blushing, and walking backwards, realizing that they are on holy ground. And it should have affected Bill and Flick, those human intruders, with the same self-conscious awe. But Bill and Flick were in a hurry, and when we are in a hurry we forget our better selves. In such a maze of flower beds it was obviously impossible to keep to the paths. Taking Flick's hand, Bill raced diagonally across country to where a shrubbery seemed to offer at least a temporary refuge. From a window on the ground floor, an agonized purple face glared at them with an expression of pure hatred. 2 frenzied hands beat madly on the pane. A protesting wail, like that of a tortured demon, came to their ears, muffled but awesome. They stopped for neither apologies nor explanations. Hand in hand they trampled over the beds and were in the shrubbery. There they halted, panting, and presently observed, shooting in at the gate, the projectile-like form of Sir George. Sir George Pike had marked with a stern triumph the accident that had checked the Cardinal 6. It had seemed to him like retribution overtaking the wicked. So greatly did it stimulate him that he yielded once again to that overmastering impetuosity of his, and instead of waiting to be driven up to the gate, banged imperiously on the glass and bounded from the limousine while still a good 20 yards down the road. The long period of physical inaction had told upon his nerves, and he was impatient to be up and doing. As quickly as his little legs would carry him, he scuttled along the hedge and bolted in at the gate. He was halfway across the flower beds, following the clearly defined track of his quarry in the mold, when a roar, so loud and anguished that it compelled attention, brought him to a momentary halt. "Stop, you! What the devil do you think you're doing, you dash you!" He perceived a large, mauve-faced individual in golfing costume gesticulating forcefully from the steps of the house. "Dash! Dash! Dash!" added this person, driving home his point. So great was Sir George's absorption in the business in hand that it is doubtful whether mere words, however eloquent, would have stopped him for long. The speaker had used 2 adjectives and a verb, which he had never heard before. But it was not the desire to pause and inquire into the meaning of these that caused him to remain. What rooted him to the spot was the sudden appearance from behind some bushes of a second man in corduroy trousers. And the thing about this second man that so compelled respect was the fact that he carried a large and dangerous-looking pitchfork, and, as if this were not enough, was accompanied by a weedy dog of raffish aspect, which now trotted up and began to sniff in a strong, silent way at Sir George's calves. Sir George looked at the dog, and the dog, using one rolling reddish eye for the purpose, looked at Sir George. He could never, even with his face in repose, have been a handsome dog, and now his appearance was made definitely repellent by a slightly updrawn lip, revealing a large white tooth. Pressing as his engagements were, Sir George decided to linger. The man in the golf suit came up. "Dash! Dash!" he began, enriching Sir George's vocabulary with a new noun. The owner of the neat little house and garden, though he looked and behaved like a retired Indian colonel of the old school, was in reality no such thing, but technically a man of peace. He was in fact no other than Montague Grayson, the well-known writer of sunny and optimistic novels. And it would have been a distinct shock to his large public could they have beheld him in his present frame of mind. And yet, had they known all the facts, they could hardly have denied that his wrath was justified. If there is one thing that wakes the fiend which sleeps in us all, it is getting stuck in the big chapter of a sunny and optimistic novel. For nearly 3 hours Montague Grayson had been writhing in his study like a lost soul, trying to inject whimsical humor and gentle pathos into the pivotal scene of his new book. And when, looking out of the window for the 100th time, he saw Flick and Bill plowing through his beloved flower beds, all the hatred which he had been feeling towards his hero and heroine became instantly diverted to them. He had not thought it possible to dislike any human beings so much, until, coming out of the house and catching sight of Sir George, he realized that what he had felt for Flick and Bill had been but a pale imitation of the real thing. If Montague Grayson had been a Dante, he would have gone straight off and started writing a new Inferno, in which Sir George would have occupied a position in the middle of the innermost of the 7 hells. As it was, he contented himself with bounding out into the garden, his bosom seething with that perilous stuff that weighs upon the soul. "Dash you, sir! Dash and dash you!" bellowed the ex-sunny and optimistic man, brooding over Sir George like a thundercloud. It should be mentioned here, in further extenuation of Mr. Grayson's peevishness, that he had had a bad morning's golf. "What the dash do you think you're doing?" Sir George drew himself up with what dignity he could muster, painfully conscious of the dog, which was plainly waiting only for a word of encouragement from the man up top before starting to give free play to his worst nature. "My niece," he began, "you come trespassing in here, trampling on my flower beds. I am sorry. What's the good of being sorry? I should explain that my niece, I've a good mind to shred you up and sprinkle you under the rose bushes." The man with the pitchfork, an enthusiast in any scheme that made for the good of his flowers, nodded silent approval of this plan. The dog breathed asthmatically. "If you will allow me to explain, sir." "Explain! What possible explanation can there be? It's an outrage." Look at those beds, covered with your beastly hoof marks. My niece—" To Bill and Flick, lurking in the shrubbery, only the author's portion of this dialogue had been audible, but that had been enough to send them creeping onward through the bushes with all the speed that they could command. A respect for other people's property is deep-seated in most of us, and already the heinousness of the crime that they had committed was heavy upon them. There is something about the mere act of treading on somebody else's flower beds that automatically puts back the clock and makes us children again, and Bill and Flick, as they slunk away, were feeling about 10 years old. It was just such behavior as theirs that led to no jam for tea, and they felt their position deeply. It was not till the shrubbery ended in a small hedge, and they found themselves out in a field dotted with sheep, that the sense of guilt left them, to be replaced by one of elation. Deplorable though their conduct might have been, it had, at any rate, had the excellent result of giving them a breathing space. From the way the interview between Sir George and Mr. Grayson was developing, it looked as if their pursuer might be occupied for quite some time. "Take care!" said Flick suddenly, and dropped on the grass. Bill joined her, flopping as if his legs had been mown from under him. "What's the matter?" he asked a little querulously, for his nerves were not what they had been at the start of this affair, and he was shaken. Flick pointed. Above the hedge that rimmed the field rose the silhouette of the limousine. Against the pale sky, the profile of Augustus Briggs stood out like something carven. Calm, Augustus seemed, with the calmness of the man who is able to unhitch his brain at will and think of absolutely nothing. Only the smoke rising from the cigarette that appeared to be glued to his lower lip showed that he was alive. Bill looked at Augustus keenly. He was thinking hard. A superbly strategic plan was beginning to shape itself in his mind. At this point, good fortune sent to him precisely the ally he required. Close beside them, looking down on them with youth's frankly inquisitive stare, was standing a small boy. "Hello," said Bill, smiling ingratiatingly. "Hello," said the boy. He spoke reservedly, as if wishing to convey that he committed himself to nothing. He was a grave-looking boy, with the pinched face of one on whom the cares of the world press heavily. He seemed worried about the cosmos. "Do you want to earn half-a-crown?" "Where is it?" "Here." "Yes," said the boy, having examined the coin critically. Bill pointed. "See that car?" "Yes." "If I give you this half-crown, will you go to the other side of the road and start throwing stones at it?" "Stones?" "Stones. Do you want me to throw stones at that car?" "At that car," said Bill patiently. "And you'll give me that half-crown?" "This half-crown." An instant before, one might have thought that it would have been impossible for this stripling to smile, so strained and careworn had been his face. But now his head seemed suddenly to split in the middle. A vast grin gleamed like a gash beneath his snub nose. Stunned for a moment by the stupendous reflection that he was going to be paid a huge sum for indulging in his favorite sport, he recovered swiftly. He took the half-crown, bit it, put it in his mouth, and retired. At a leisurely pace he crossed the field, and for an age-long minute there was silence and peace. The sheep browsed in the grass. Birds twittered their evensong in the trees. Augustus Briggs smoked his cigarette in the front seat of the limousine. Then things began to happen. Appearances to the contrary, the mind of Augustus Briggs was not wholly a blank as he sat at his wheel, placidly savoring his gasper. His was the quietude of deep content, this rest from the chase, with the opportunity it afforded for a couple of whiffs, was just what he needed most. So far from having unhitched his brain, he was thinking quite deeply, the object of his thoughts being the tip he had received that morning from the butler on tomorrow's 3 o'clock race at Hurst Park. The butler, a knowledgeable man, had recommended an investment on Soapy Sam, and the more Augustus examined the prospect, the better it looked. By this time tomorrow it seemed practically certain that he would be a richer man by a matter of 10 shillings. The reflection soothed Augustus Briggs. He gazed almost with benevolence at the small boy who was crossing the road. He was not fond of small boys, as a rule, but in his mellowed mood he did not actively dislike this one. He would not have adopted him, but on the other hand he would not have clipped him on the side of the head. He watched him indulgently as he disappeared through the hedge. Then he turned to his thoughts again. 2 bob on Soapy Sam at 5 to 1. Something whizzed across the road and clanged against the bonnet of the car. For an instant Augustus Briggs sat gaping. Then, peering over the side, he saw that what had struck the bonnet was a large, jagged flint, and a moment later he observed, bobbing up over the hedge, a grinning face. "Gaw!" exclaimed Augustus, and as he spoke a second flint found its billet. The chauffeur was not a man of deep sensibility. Towards most of the phenomena of the world through which he moved, his attitude was one of superior indifference. A primrose by the river's brim, a simple primrose was to him, and it was nothing more. But one thing he did love with a strong and holy passion, and that was his paint. And the impact of those flints on his shiny bonnet caused him an anguish more acute than that which he would have felt had his own head been their target. With one short, sharp wail, he leaped from the car, raced across the road, and burst into a torrent of eloquence. The hedge, it grieved him to discover, formed an impenetrable barrier. It was one of those hedges through which boys can glide like eels, but which cannot be negotiated by chauffeurs fearful of tearing their uniforms. He had, consequently, to be content with mere words, and while he stood there, sketching out a list, necessarily incomplete, for it had been compiled on the spur of the moment, but nevertheless impressive, of the things he proposed to do to the boy if he caught him, Bill and Flick hurried silently out from their ambush. Augustus, startled by the noise of engines, spun around. The car! with a wholly unauthorized driver at the wheel, was moving rapidly out of sight. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Chapter 11, Part 2 of Bill the Conqueror by P.G. Wodehouse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The chase ends. It is pleasant to be able to record that Bill's first act on returning to the metropolis was to drive, guided by Flick, to Sir George's house in Manchester Square and leave the limousine outside the front door. He had no desire to add larceny to his other offenses against the gentleman. This done, he hailed a cab and took Flick off to a restaurant to dine. He was feeling in need of refreshment after the activities of the afternoon, and it had become evident to both of them that the situation which had arisen was one that called for calm and unhurried discussion. "How on earth," he said, as the waiter receded from the table which they had taken in a quiet corner, "your uncle found out that you were likely to be at Marmont Mansions? Simply gets past me. I suppose we've got to take it that he did come there looking for you." "I'm afraid so. There doesn't seem any other possible reason why he should be in Battersea at all." "In any case, he knows that you are to be found somewhere round these parts. So the question now arises, what's to be done?" Flick drew little patterns on the tablecloth with her fork. She looked about her at the gradually filling restaurant. She had lived a cloistered life at Holly House, rarely emerging for meals, except to go to recognized resorts of wealth like the Ritz, Claridge's, and the Carlton, and this sort of place was strange to her. She was trying to decide whether the people at the other table were interesting or merely flashy, when Bill put his question again. "What's to be done?" "Yes, I'm wondering too," said Flick. But she spoke listlessly, for the long ride, with all its varied emotions, had left her tired. She wanted to postpone serious talk, and to that end turned the conversation to the subject of this restaurant in which she was sitting. "What did you say the name of this place was?" she asked. "Mario's," said Bill. "What made you choose it?" "I was trying to think of somewhere where your Uncle George would be least likely to drop in for a bite, and I remembered this place. Slingsby took me here to lunch one day. Why, don't you like it?" "Yes, I think it's—" "Oh!" She was looking past him at the door, and he was surprised to see that the color which had been coming back to her face under the influence of food and drink had suddenly left it again. Her eyes had widened in a startled stare of dismay, and for a moment there flashed into his mind the absurd thought that Sir George might miraculously have appeared, as if out of a trap. He swung around in his seat and was relieved to find that no such miracle had occurred. Somebody had just come in at the door and was walking down the room looking for a table, but it was not Sir George. It was a young man in a check suit, black-haired and adorned, if you could call it that, as to the upper lip by a small blob of mustache. Bill had no recollection of ever having set eyes on this young man before, nor did the other's appearance give to his thinking reasonable cause for alarm. He turned round again and looked at Flick inquiringly. She was still pale. "Did you see?" she whispered. "See?" said Bill, mystified. "Do you mean the fellow in the check suit?" Flick nodded. "Mr. Pilbeam." Bill, who had taken up his knife and fork, laid them down again. He eyed Flick incredulously for a moment, then turned once more and looked down the room, and looking, saw the check-suited one had congealed into a pillar of amazement and was gaping in their direction with open mouth. If he had been a highly paid motion picture star, he could not have registered surprise more eloquently. Bill flushed darkly. It took a good deal to ruffle his normally good-humored outlook on life, but it could be done. Roderick Pike had done it by hitting him over the head with a stick. And Percy Pilbeam had done it now by the mere act of walking into a restaurant where he was having dinner. A man who has been through the sort of experiences which Bill had been having that afternoon does not look at things in the light of pure reason. Mario's restaurant was open to the entire population of London, and Percy Pilbeam had a perfect right to go there to dine if he wished. But to Bill, who had been chased by the other's employer from the Prince of Wales Road, Battersea, to within a couple of miles of Brocket Hall in Hertfordshire, his presence in the place seemed as much an outrage as that of Sir George Pike in his flower beds had seemed to Montague Grayson, the sunny novelist. It was persecution. That was what Bill felt. Sheer persecution. And he pushed his chair back and rose with protruding jaw. "Where are you going?" asked Flick. The next moment it had become plain where Bill was going. He was stalking down the aisle in the direction of the table at which the intruder had now been induced by a solicitous waiter to seat himself. He reached the table, and planting 2 large hands on the cloth, bent forward and raked the assistant editor of Society Spice with a lowering gaze that seemed to the latter to sear his very soul. Not for a long time had Percy Pilbeam seen at close range anyone so big and so obviously unfriendly as Bill. He shrank into his chair. "Is your name Pilbeam?" Pilbeam gulped dryly. "Yuck." Bill bent a little closer. To the diners at the neighboring tables, the incident seemed a common one of restaurant life. The old friend spotting the dear pal across the room and coming over to pass a chummy word. Pilbeam would have been amazed if he had known that anybody could possibly so misinterpret the position of affairs. He was indeed wondering dully why the whole of the assembled company did not instantly rush to the spot to avert the murder which seemed to him so sickeningly imminent. In the pursuance of his duties as scandal-gatherer for Society Spice, he had been in some unpleasant situations, but compared with this one, they had been roses all the way. For a swift instant he met Bill's eye and looked pallidly away, horrified by its red hostility. "You notice I'm dining with Miss Sheridan," said Bill in a quiet, rumbling voice. Pilbeam tried to say, "Quite," but the word stuck in his throat. "Good," said Bill. "Now, do you know what you're going to do?" Pilbeam smiled the beginnings of a weak smile, intended to convey that he was open to consider in the most favorable spirit any suggestions which Bill might make. "You're going to wait right here where you're sitting," cooed Bill, clenching and unclenching a fist that looked to the other's fascinated gaze like a ham, "until we are through. You will then keep right on sitting while we go out, and you will continue sitting for 10 minutes after that. I should advise you to make it a little longer, so as to be on the safe side, as I shall be out there keeping an eye on the door. See?" Pilbeam said that he saw. "That's understood, then. Now don't," urged Bill earnestly, "go getting absent-minded and forgetting, will you?" Pilbeam said he wouldn't, and Bill nodded a brief farewell and returned to his table. Pilbeam, after watching him the whole way, took up a fork and began to pick feebly at a sardine. "What did he say?" asked Flick eagerly. Bill considered the question. "Come to think of it," he replied, "he didn't say much, but I gathered that he understood all right." "Understood?" "That he wasn't to stir from the table till we had been gone 10 minutes. "But he will. He'll sneak out the moment we leave and follow me." "I think not," said Bill. "I think not. Would you mind changing seats? Then I shall be able to watch him. Not that it's really necessary. Come on," he said encouragingly. "Don't let a little thing like that spoil your dinner. Try some of this fish. It looks good." With gentle solicitude he forced her to make an adequate meal, and was pleased to note the steady rise of her spirits as she ate. When the waiter had brought the coffee, he felt that the time had come for serious discussion of the situation. The intrusion of Pilbeam, added to the shock of discovering that Sir George had followed the trail that led to the Battersea Haven, had disturbed him a good deal, and he had been thinking deeply in the intervals of conversation. "Now," he said, "we must talk this thing over and see where we stand. It seems to me that they're beginning to come over the plate a bit too fast." Flick nodded. The metaphor was strange to her, but she gathered its meaning. "Let's get it clear," Bill went on. "Your plan of campaign is to stay away till your people throw in the towel and say that this idea of marrying the man Pike is off. That's straight, isn't it?" "Yes, but how am I to stay away, with them right after me like this? They know now where you live, and any moment they may find out where I live." "Exactly. Obviously, you can't come dropping in at Marmot Mansions any more." "No." "Two courses," proceeded Bill judiciously, "are open. We can change our addresses." "But even if I do change my address, I shall be all the time in a state of jumps, wondering if Uncle George isn't going to pop out from somewhere and pounce on me." "Just what I was going to say myself. It doesn't seem to me worth it. You can't go on with this hunted fawn business indefinitely. It would give you the willies in a couple of days. So what I suggest is that you clear out altogether." "What? Where?" "New York." "New York?" "I've thought it all out," said Bill complacently, "and between you and me, I think the scheme's a pippin'. It'll only take a day getting your passport fixed up." "But what am I to do when I get to New York?" "I've two ideas about that. You might go to my Uncle Cooley at Westbury, where we first met, you know." Flick shook her head. "It wouldn't be safe. He would be sure to cable Uncle Sinclair that I was there. They're great friends." "Yes, that's true. Well, then, here's the other idea. I'll give you a letter to Alice Coker. She will look after you." If Bill had not at that moment removed his gaze while he reached for a match, he might have observed a queer expression flit over Flick's face. She looked at Bill wonderingly. It passed her comprehension how he could possibly be so dense as to imagine that she would go anywhere near the odious Miss Coker, no matter how great the emergency. True, she had never let fall a word to indicate that Alice Coker was, in her opinion, of all the superfluous women in the world, the most superfluous. But she felt that he ought to have known it by instinct. She bit her lip, and her blue eyes clouded. "She's a great girl," continued Bill, with tactless enthusiasm. "You'll love her." "Yes," said Flick thinly. "I'll tell you what, I'll write the letter now." He called to the waiter, and presently pen, ink, and paper were on the table. "I think this is a wow, don't you?" he said buoyantly. "A what?" "A pip," explained Bill. "The scheme of a lifetime. It solves the whole thing." Flick watched him as he wrote, clenching her hands under the table. She was conscious of a rush of contending emotions. At one moment she wanted to bang this dull-witted young man over the head, and the next she was wishing that she could just bury her face in her hands and cry. It was this latter desire which she found it particularly hard to fight down. She was feeling bitterly hurt. The airy way he had suggested that she should go right out of his life like this, with never a hint that he would miss her for an instant. It was illogical, of course. She realized that. He was only trying to help her. But women cannot always be logical. In itself, considered merely as a way out of her difficulties, the idea of going to America was, she forced herself to admit, a good one. The activities of the enemy had rendered London impossible. She simply could not go on being, as Bill had expressed it, a hunted fawn. In New York she would feel safe, and she had plenty of money. "There," said Bill. Flick took the letter and put it in her bag. "Thank you," she said. "I suppose we might as well be going now, mightn't we? I'm rather tired." "All right," said Bill. "I'll put you into a cab, and then I'll hang around for a while, just in case friend Pilbeam starts any ranny-gazoo." But Pilbeam did not start any ranny-gazoo. He was ostentatiously busy with the leg of a chicken as they passed down the aisle, nor did he allow his eyes to stray in their direction when they went through the door. Safety first was Pilbeam's motto. Bill closed the door of the cab. "Good night," he said. "Don't lose that letter." "Of course not," said Flick. "Good night." Bill turned back to the door of the restaurant and stood there solidly, in his eyes the watchful look of one on his guard against ranny-gazoo. The cab turned the corner into Shaftesbury Avenue. A hand waved at him from the window. The cab had scarcely reached Coventry Street when the hand once more came out of the window. This time it grasped some fragments of paper. It opened, and with a vicious jerk scattered these into the road. Then it disappeared again. The good ship Homeric lay in her slip at Southampton, preparing for departure. Her decks and alleyways were crowded with voyagers, and those who had come to see those voyagers off. Flick, leaning over the rail, stared down at the sun-speckled water, and Bill, by her side, gazed at the gulls circling overhead. For some minutes now, conversation between them had taken on a limping gait, and the atmosphere was charged with a strange embarrassment. "You'll be off soon," said Bill, urged by the silence to say something. "Yes." The gulls flashed to and fro against the cobalt sky, mewing like kittens. "This is supposed to be one of the most comfortable boats in the world," said Bill. "Is it?" "I think you'll be comfortable." "I expect so." "They rather pride themselves on making you comfortable." "That's nice." Bill was not sure whether he was sorry or relieved to hear at this juncture the "all for the shore" cry that puts an end to the sometimes trying ordeal of seeing off. Up till a few minutes ago everything had been jolly. Coming down in the train, and for the first quarter of an hour on board the boat, Flick had been full of chatter, a pleasant and cheery companion. But just recently a cloud seemed to have fallen on her mood, and she had tended to long silences and monosyllables. "I suppose I ought to be going," he said. "I suppose so." "I hope you'll have a good time on board." "Thanks." "It'll seem funny to you being in America again after all these years." "Yes." "I'll look after Bob." "Thanks." "Well, I suppose I ought to be going." "I suppose so." A gull wheeled so close to Bill's head that he ducked involuntarily. He laughed a nervous laugh. "What a lot of people come to see people off," he said. "Yes." "Friends, I suppose," said Bill brightly. "I shouldn't wonder." A steward with a voice like a foghorn in pain was once more urging all whom it might concern to make for the shore. "I suppose," said Bill, struck with a novel idea, "I ought to be going." "I think you'd better." "Well, good-bye." "Good-bye." "You won't lose that letter?" "Which letter?" "Why, the one to Alice," said Bill, surprised. "Oh, yes," said Flick. "She'll give you a great time." "Yes." They had walked to the gangplank. It was covered with a moving stream of humanity, bustling like bees going into a hive. There was something so suggestive of finality about the spectacle that a curious, dull melancholy swept over Bill. He cast a side glance at Flick. The sight of her sent an odd pang through him. Perhaps it was the hugeness of the vessel that made her seem so small and forlorn. "Gosh!" he exclaimed with sudden fervor. "I shall miss you. The flat will seem like a desert without you in the old armchair. I shall just sit there with poor old Bob." He broke off. "Good Lord," he said, dismayed. "It's nothing," said Flick. Her face was working. She dabbed impatiently at her eyes. "But I was just thinking of Bob." She held out her hand abruptly. "Goodbye," she said, and was gone. Bill stood for a moment, staring into the crowd which hid her. "Golly," he mused, "she is fond of that dog." He walked ashore thoughtfully. End of Chapter 11, Part 2. Chapter 12, Part 1 of Bill the Conqueror by P.G. Wodehouse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A visitor for Mr. Paradine. However true it may be that action is the spice of life, there is no denying that an occasional dose of the soothing syrup of tranquillity makes a pleasant change. And so, after the scenes, always restless and bordering at times on actual violence, which, in order to keep the record straight, the historian of the fortunes of Bill West has just been compelled to describe, it is agreeable to turn aside and relax for a while in an atmosphere of cloistered and scholastic calm. About a month after the departure of Flick Sheridan from Southampton, we find ourselves once more in the home of Mr. Cooley Paradine at Westbury, Long Island, in a small upper room looking out over the sunlit garden. It is the room dedicated to the studies of Mr. Paradine's adopted son, Horace, and at the moment when we enter it, the hard-boiled lad is receiving a lesson in the French language from Mr. Sherman Bastable, his tutor. Yes, still his tutor. It is true that a few weeks ago Mr. Bastable definitely announced that not even so substantial a sum as $1 million would be sufficient to induce him to continue his duties. But the statements a man makes in the first flush of realization that the inside brim of his hat has been doctored with glue are not always carried out when scissors and warm water have done their work and reason resumed its sway. Scarcely half an hour after the hat had been clipped and scoured off his forehead, Mr. Bastable, who had begun by sneering at a cool million, had reduced his terms so considerably that he actually consented to remain in office for a mere additional $50 per month. We find him, consequently, still doing business at the old stand. But the Sherman Bastable, who was now endeavoring to teach Horace French, was a very different man from the genial and juicily enthusiastic young fellow of a few weeks back. He was now a soured and suspicious despot, who, fortified by instructions from his employer to stand no nonsense, had taken on a cold implacability which was having the gravest effects on the latter's comfort. Of this change in his disposition he gave proof at this very moment, seeing that Horace, like the room in which he sat, was looking out over the sunlit garden. He banged the table with a forceful fist. "Attend, can't you?" he cried. "You aren't listening to a word I'm saying." All right," said Horace plaintively. These passages were beginning to irk him more and more. A free child of the underworld, he had taken unkindly to discipline, and it seemed to him sometimes as though Mr. Bastable had developed all the less amiable characteristics of the late Simon Legree. He removed his gaze from the shady lawn and gaped cavernously. "Don't yawn!" thundered Mr. Bastable. "Oh, all right." "And don't say 'all right,'" boomed the tutor, who had a retentive memory and could never look at his little charge even now without a twinge across the forehead. "When I speak to you, say 'Yes, sir,' smartly and respectfully." "Yes, sir," said Horace. A purist might have criticized the smartness and respectfulness of his delivery, but the actual words were up to sample, and the tutor appeared satisfied. At any rate, he returned to the task in hand. "Indefinite articles," said Mr. Bastable, resuming. "A or an is translated into French by un before a masculine noun, as, for example, un homme, a man, un oiseau, a bird." "There's a Boyd on that tree," interjected Horace, switching abruptly from foreign languages to nature study. Mr. Bastable favored him with a basilisk glare. "Attend to your work," he growled, "and don't say Boyd. It's a bird." "Well, it's making a noise like a Boyd," argued Horace. "And un before a feminine noun, such as dame," proceeded the tutor. "Une dame, a lady. Une allumette, a match. Une histoire, a story. Une plume, a pen. Do you get that?" "I suppose so." "What do you mean, you suppose so?" "Well," said Horace candidly, "it sounds to me a good deal like applesauce. Seems there ain't no sense in it." The tutor clutched his thinning hair and groaned hollowly. That extra $50 a month had raised his salary to a very respectable figure, but it frequently occurred to him that he was receiving but trivial payment for what he had to endure. "Seems like there ain't no sense in it?" he echoed despairingly. "Can't you see that's not grammar?" "I don't know about its being grammar," retorted Horace with spirit. "It gets across, don't it?" "Sir," prompted Mr. Bastable automatically. "Sir." "And don't say don't it. Say doesn't it, or does it not?" He eyed his pupil wanly. The weather was warm, and the strain beginning to tell on his sensitive nerves. "You're incorrigible. I don't know what's to be done with you. You take absolutely no interest in your work. I should have thought that you would have some sense of your position, your chances and opportunities." "Oh, I know," said Horace wearily. "One ought to grasp one's opportunities and try to improve oneself at least once." "Don't say onct." "Oh, all right." "Yes, sir," emended Mr. Bastable, eyeing him balefully. "Yes, sir." The tutor flung himself back in his chair, which creaked protestingly. "Do you realize that yours is a position which thousands of boys would give their eyes to be in?" "Can't you see that's not grammar?" said Horace. Much as he disliked these séances, it happened now and then that bits of them stuck in his mind. "Oughtn't to end a sentence with in. You put me right, so I don't mind putting you right. Had you that time, hot dog," he said, with a complacency which made the tutor feel, not for the first time, that his favorite character in history was Herod the Great. "You wised me up to that yourself." Every tutor is a statesman at heart. He has to be. Mr. Bastable, prudently realizing the danger of his position, instituted a counterattack by assailing his pupil's pronunciation. "I wish you would learn to speak properly," he said with hauteur. "Your accent is abominable. Here." He pulled out a massive book. "It's no good trying to teach you French till you can talk English. Read a page or two of this aloud, and try to do it like a human being, and not—" he searched his mind for an adequate simile, "and not like a caddy at a third-rate golf course." "What's wrong with caddies?" demanded Horace, who was intimate with several, and in leisure moments had occasionally done a bit in that line himself. "Go on, don't waste time." said Mr. Bastable, refusing to be diverted to an argument. "Begin at the top of page 98. Horace took the book. It was entitled Beacon Lights of History, Volume 2, The Middle Ages, with a disrelish which he made no attempt to conceal. "It was at this period," he began sourly. "Period? It was at this period when the convents of Europe—" "Europe! I said Europe," protested Horace, aggrieved. "It was at this period when the convents of Europe rejoiced in ample possessions, and their churches rivaled cathedrals. Cathedrals! In size and magnificence, that St. Bernard—" He broke off, mildly interested for the first time. "Say, I knew a gink that had a St. Bernard, big hairy dog with red eyes." "Get on," said Mr. Bastable coldly. "St. Bernard, the greatest and best representative of medieval monasticism." "God," said Horace under his breath, tenderly massaging his aching jaw. "Was born 1091 at Fontaine in Burgundy. He belonged to a noble family. His mother had 6 sons and a daughter, whom she early consecrated to the Lord. Bernard was the 3rd son, a beautiful, delicate, refined young man, tall, with flaxen hair, fair complexion, and blue eyes, from which shone a superhuman simplicity and purity." He stopped, revolted. He did not know much about saints, but he knew what he liked, and something told him that he was not going to like St. Bernard. "Sounds like a cake-eater," he sniffed. Mr. Bastable was just drawing himself together for a Legree-like reproof, when there was a gentle tap at the door. "Pardon me for interrupting, sir," said Roberts, the butler, hovering delicately on the threshold. "You haven't made me mad, Bobby," Horace assured him gratefully. "What is it, Roberts?" "Professor Appleby has called to see Master Horace, sir. Mr. Paradine would be glad if you would allow him to step down to the library for a moment." His announcement evoked universal enthusiasm. Horace beamed upon him, as people must have beamed on the man who brought the good news from Ghent to Aix. Nor was Mr. Bastable displeased. He was conscientious, and had been prepared to continue his task for another hour, but the thought of being relieved of Horace's society gave him the sensations of a reprieved convict. "Certainly," he said. "I'm not going to put up any stiff argument neither," declared Horace. He trotted joyfully out of the prison chamber. Mr. Bastable, with the air of one from whose shoulders there has been removed an intolerable weight, lit a cigarette and put his feet on the table. The arrival, some 10 minutes before, of the venerable Professor Appleby had surprised Mr. Paradine at his customary occupation of fiddling about with the books in his library. He had just scuttled up the ladder to one of the top shelves, and dumped on his already congested table a pile of mouldering volumes, when Roberts brought the news of the visitor's advent. For a moment Mr. Paradine felt a little like a dog who has been hauled off a bone, but his native courtesy asserted itself, and it was with a cordial smile that he greeted the professor when he made his entry. "Nice of you to look in," he said. "I chanced to be in the neighborhood," said Professor Appleby, "and I thought I might venture to call and inquire after the little lad. He is busy at his studies, no doubt?" "I imagine so. Won't you take a seat?" "Thank you, my dear Paradine, thank you." Professor Appleby relaxed in a chair with the contented sigh of a man who is not in the best condition. He tapped his domed brow with a silk handkerchief and combed out his white beard with a delicate forefinger. He was looking more like a benevolent minor prophet than ever. His mild eyes wandered to the bookshelves, and there came into them a sudden predatory gleam, which vanished almost instantly, to be replaced by their habitual expression of calm good-will. "A warm day," he observed. "Very. Do you find it close in here?" "Not at all," said Professor Appleby. "Not at all. I enjoy the peculiar and distinctive scent of old books. I never find it stuffy in a library." This was so exactly what Mr. Paradine felt himself that his affection for his visitor deepened. "And how is Horace?" inquired the professor. "Physically," said Mr. Paradine, "he could not be better, but—" Professor Appleby raised a deprecating hand. "I know what you're going to say, my dear Paradine. I know just what you're going to say. It was on the tip of your tongue to tell me that the little lad is not taking kindly to his studies." "Not very kindly," admitted Mr. Paradine. "Mr. Bastable, his tutor, reports that it is difficult to get him to take a real interest." "I expected as much. No enthusiasm?" "None." "It will come," said the professor. "It will come. We must have patience, Paradine, patience. We must emulate the assiduity of the polyp that builds the coral reef. I had anticipated this. It was on my advice that you adopted a totally untutored lad, a child of the people, and I still maintain that I was right in giving you that advice. How much better, even though progress may at first be slow, to have a boy like this to work upon, a boy whose mind is not a palimpsest that has been scrawled over by other hands. You have nothing to worry about. It would have been perfectly easy, no doubt, for you to have adopted a son from some family of the gentlefolk, but in my opinion, and I know I am right, the results would have been far less satisfactory. Horace is virgin soil. He has not been plowed by others. Sooner or later you will find that you will reap your reward. Sooner or later, I say it confidently, you will find that by the mere process of living in your home, the little lad is beginning to imitate your mental processes, to acquire your own tastes." "It's odd that you should say that," said Mr. Paradine thoughtfully. "Not odd," corrected the professor with a gentle smile. "I based my observation on a knowledge of psychology which has rarely led me astray. But why did it strike you as peculiar? Am I to infer that he has already begun to show signs of this?" "As a matter of fact, he has. It is a remarkable fact, Appleby, but the only thing outside his meals in which Horace shows the slightest interest is this library of mine." The professor coughed a gentle cough and gazed at the ceiling with a faraway look in his eyes. "Indeed," he said softly, He is always pottering in here and wanting to know which of my books are the rarest and most valuable. The dawning intelligence. The little mind begins to expand, to develop, like a plant groping out for the sunshine. It makes me feel that there may be hope for him." "I," said the professor, "have great hopes of Horace. I had, right from the beginning." "Perhaps after he has had a year or two of school in England." "What?" cried Professor Appleby. A moment before, it would have seemed impossible that anything could disturb the calm serenity of this venerable man. But now he was sitting forward on the edge of his chair, staring at his host in the most manifest concern. His lower jaw had fallen, and his white beard wobbled agitatedly. "You are not sending him to school in England?" he gasped. "Taking him," corrected Mr. Paradine. "I am sailing in a few days to pay a long-delayed visit to an old friend of mine, Sinclair Hammond. I intend to take Horace with me and enter him at one of the large English schools, possibly Winchester. Hammond was at Winchester." "But is this wise? Is it prudent?" "Well, I'm going to do it," said Mr. Paradine, with a touch of that belligerent manner which had so often caused adverse comment in the family. Professor Appleby pulled at his beard. His discomposure was plain. Mr. Paradine, looking at him, was conscious of a passing wonder as to why he should take the news so hardly. "But the education a boy gets at these English schools, surely it has become a commonplace that it is too superficial, too machine-like. Read all these novels of the younger English writers." "I never read novels," said Mr. Paradine with a slight shudder. "And then again, this visit to England. Are you not afraid to leave your books here, your priceless books, entirely unguarded?" Mr. Paradine uttered an amused laugh, which sounded to his visitor like a knell. "You talk as if I had never left the house before. I'm always traveling. I was traveling when I met you. And besides, if you think I leave my books unguarded, try to get through the steel shutters over those windows. Yes, and try to pick your way through that door. I had this room specially constructed. It's like a safe." "I see," said Professor Appleby unhappily. "In any case, my library is insured, and I'm taking all the most valuable of my books with me to England." "Eh?" cried the professor, starting as if the fingers combing his beard had suddenly encountered a snake. "Taking them with you?" "Yes. Hammond is a collector, too. He will be just as excited over these books as if they belonged to himself." "Will he?" said the professor, brightening like a summer sky when the sun comes out from behind a cloud. "Will he indeed?" "Yes, he's that sort of man, one of those rare collectors who have no small jealousies." "He sounds delightful." "Yes, you would like Hammond." "I am sure I should. Of course, when you are in England, you will keep these books at some bank or safe deposit?" "No, I see no reason for that. Books are not like jewelry. Their value is not obvious to the lay eye. If any burglar invades Hammond's house at Wimbledon, he would hardly have the intelligence to take away what to him would be merely a bundle of dilapidated books." "True. I shall keep them in my bedroom in an ordinary suitcase." "An excellent notion. Ah," said the professor, breaking off, "here is our young friend. Well, Horace?" "Hello," said that youth. Professor Appleby glanced at his watch. "Good gracious, I had no idea how time had flown. I ought to go immediately." I shall just be able to catch a good train. Perhaps the little lad might be spared from his studies to accompany me to the station? Thank you. Get your hat, then, Horace. We must be hurrying." In spite of the statement that he had need for haste, it was at a leisurely pace that Professor Appleby started down the drive. He walked as if troubled with corns, and as he went spoke earnestly to his young companion. "Kid," said Professor Appleby, "it's a lucky thing I happened to look in this afternoon. Do you know what's happened? That old June bug back there doesn't seem able to stick in one spot for a couple of days on end. He's taken you over to England right away." Horace stopped in his tracks, displaying as great a concern at the news as the professor himself had shown a short while back in the library. "Taken me to England? What for?" "To put you in school over there." "Who, me?" "Yes, you." "Well, wouldn't that jar you?" cried Horace in deep disgust. "I might have known there was a catch to this thing of getting me adopted. It's bad enough here, with everybody picking on me, and me having to spend all day learning French and everything. But gee, I'd always got my getaway to look forward to. But going to school—" He frowned resolutely. "Say, listen, I ain't going to no school. See? I ain't going to no school, not in England nor anywheres. "You talk too much," said Professor Appleby curtly. "If you'll give me a chance to get a word in, I'll tell you something. You won't have to go to any school. The old man's going over to England to visit another book-collecting nut, and he's taken a stack of his best books with him. You'll be able to make a quick clean-up and fade out. He's going to keep the stuff in his bedroom in a suitcase." "Yes, he is," said Horace derisively. "That's likely, ain't it, when he locks the things up here as if they was gold dust?" "He is, I tell you. He told me so himself. He thinks there's no chance of anybody trying for them when he's there. And why should they? No ordinary Yank who happens to blow into a house is going to load himself up with a bunch of books." "Something in that," agreed Horace. "I'll have Joe go over the same time as you do, and you and he can get together and fix things." "All right," said Horace. "Say, that's a pretty girl." The object of his commendation, a slim girl with fair hair and a boyish figure, was walking rather wearily up the road that led from the station. He eyed her critically as she passed, and so confirmed in his good opinion was he by this closer inspection that he stood gazing over his shoulder at her receding form, and was awarded by his austere companion a disciplinary thump on the head. "You've no time for rubbering at girls," said Professor Appleby, like a minor prophet rebuking the sins of the people. "You just listen to me when I'm talking to you. I want to get this thing straight in your ivory skull." "Oh, all right," said Horace. End of Chapter 12, Part 1. Chapter 12, Part 2 of Bill the Conqueror by P.G. Wodehouse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A visitor for Mr. Paradine. The girl who had so pleased Horace's critical eye walked on till she came to the gate of Mr. Paradine's grounds, then turned in and proceeded down the drive towards the house. This was familiar territory to her. She was surprised to find how clearly she remembered all the various landmarks. There was the funny old shingled roof, there the window of her bedroom, and there through the trees gleamed the lake. Her eyes dimmed, and she caught her breath with a little gasp as she saw the lake. The 2 dressing sheds were there, also the diving board, all just the same as they had been centuries ago when she was 16, skinny and freckled. She walked on and rang the bell, and presently Mr. Paradine, once more up his ladder, was aware of Roberts the butler on the floor below him. "Eh?" said Mr. Paradine absently. "A lady wishes to see you, sir." Mr. Paradine almost slid down the ladder. It was a rare, almost an unprecedented occurrence for ladies to wish to see him. "Who is she?" "A Miss Sheridan, sir." There had been no affecting reunion between Flick and Roberts. To each the other had appeared as a stranger. Flick remembered that on her visit to this place 5 years ago there had been a butler, but the personality of Roberts had not stamped itself on her mind. As for Roberts, if he recalled the small girl who had stayed at the house in the 3rd year of his butlership, he did not associate her with this attractive young person. "Did she say what she wanted?" "No, sir." "Where is she?" "I have shown her into the morning room, sir." "I suppose you had better ask her to come up here." "Very good, sir." The uneasy suspicion which had disturbed Mr. Paradine's mind that his visitor had come to collect funds for some enterprise of the community church vanished as she entered the room. The community church, when it made its periodical assaults on his purse, did so through the medium of females of a maturer vintage. He looked at her inquiringly, so obviously puzzled that Flick, though she was far from being in a cheery frame of mind, smiled faintly. "You don't remember me, Mr. Paradine?" "Why, to be frank—" "Well, it's quite a long time since we met. I stayed here 5 years ago with my uncle, Sinclair Hammond." "Good heavens!" Mr. Paradine, who had contented himself so far with a wary bow at long range, sprang forward and shook her hand warmly. "I'd never have known you. Bless my soul, you were quite a child then. I remember you perfectly now. Bless my soul, yes. So you're back in America, eh? Do you live here now? Marry an American, eh?" "No, I'm not married." "Just visiting? Well, well, I'm delighted to see you again, my dear. You caught me just in time. Oddly enough, I'm on the very eve of sailing for England to stay with your uncle." "I know. That's why I've come here. Uncle Sinclair wants you to take me back to England with you. You've had his cable?" "Cable?" said Mr. Paradine. "I remember no cable." He rang the bell. "Roberts, has a cable come for me recently?" "Yes, sir. One arrived yesterday. If you remember, sir, I brought it to you in this room. You were busy at the bookshelves at the moment, and instructed me to place it on the table." The table was covered with a deep top-dressing of books and papers. Mr. Paradine rummaged among these, and presently came to the surface bearing triumphantly a buff envelope. Roberts, vindicated, left the room. "I really must apologize," said Mr. Paradine. "I have a bad habit of snowing my correspondence under. All the same, Roberts should have reminded me. Cables are important things." He opened the envelope and read its contents. "Yes, this is the one. Your uncle says you will be calling on me, and will I bring you over to England? Of course. Only too delighted. Where are you staying? With friends in New York?" "No, I'm all alone." "Alone?" Mr. Paradine replaced his rimless glasses, which had fallen off, and stared at her. "You don't mean to say your uncle let you come over here all alone?" "I ran away," said Flick simply. "Ran away?" "From home. And now," she said with a crooked smile and a little lift of her shoulders, "I'm running back again." Even with the aid of his glasses, Mr. Paradine seemed to find it hard to inspect her as closely as he wished. He came a step nearer, peering at her, bewildered. "You ran away from home? But why?" "They wanted me to marry somebody I found I didn't want to marry. Uncle Sinclair," she went on quickly, "hadn't anything to do with it. Poor dear! It was the others, Aunt Frances and Uncle George." Mr. Paradine would have liked footnotes explaining these two new characters, but he hesitated to interrupt the flow of a narrative which was gripping him strongly. "Things," continued Flick, "got rather unpleasant, so I ran away and came over here. I thought I could get work of some kind." "I never heard of such a thing." "That's practically what everybody said whom I asked for work. I never dreamed anybody could be so little wanted as I was. I had a certain amount of money when I got to America, and I supposed it would last ever so long, but it seemed to melt away, and one night I had my bag stolen with almost every penny I possessed in it. That finished me. I stuck it out for another couple of days, and then I spent my last $2 on a cable home." Mr. Paradine, though capable on occasion of behaving like a volcano, was a soft-hearted and romantic man. Flick's story touched him. "And then?" "I got a cable back telling me to go to you, and you would look after me and bring me back to England." "My dear child, of course I will, of course. Your room shall be got ready at once, the same one you had 5 years ago." "I'm afraid I'm an awful nuisance." "Nothing of the kind," said Mr. Paradine heatedly. "How dare you say you're a nuisance? You're nothing of the sort. Would you like some tea?" "I should, rather, if it's not giving too much trouble." The ringing of the bell did Mr. Paradine the service of helping him cover his embarrassment. There was to him something poignantly pathetic in this meekness on the part of a girl who only a short time back had on her own showing been so abundantly equipped with spirit as to run away from home and cross the Atlantic to try her luck in a foreign land. Until the tea arrived, he moved about the room with his back turned, fussing over his books. "But if you go home," he said, when Flick had drunk a cup of tea and seemed the better for it, "you will have to marry this man you dislike." He realized that it might be tactless, this harping on a delicate subject, but curiosity overcame delicacy. He was feeling like a child being told a story. "Oh, I don't dislike him," said Flick tonelessly. "I'm very fond of someone else who isn't fond of me. So I've decided I might just as well marry Roderick as do anything. Trying to live in New York on nothing has changed my views of life a good deal. It has made a comfortable home and lots of money seem more attractive. One has got to be practical, hasn't one?" She got up and began to walk about the room. "What a lot of books you have," she said. "Ever so many more than Uncle Sinclair." "He has some I would be very glad to own," said Mr. Paradine handsomely. He would have liked to hear more of this man whom Flick was fond of, but who was not fond of her. But he gathered that she looked upon her narrative as completed and would resent further questioning. He followed her across the room and touched her shoulder with an awkward little pat of condolence. She looked around at him, and he saw that her eyes were misty. There was a momentary pause, tense with embarrassment, and he covered it by picking up the photograph at which she had been looking. It was a full-length snapshot of a burly young man in football costume, staring out of the picture with the doughy stolidity habitual to burly young men in football costume. "That is my nephew, William," said Mr. Paradine. Flick nodded. "I know." "Oh, of course, yes," said Mr. Paradine. "He was staying here when you and your uncle visited me, wasn't he?" "He looks very strong," said Flick. She felt that she must say something. "He is strong," said Mr. Paradine. "And," he added gruffly, "he is an idle, worthless young waster." Flick uttered a sharp exclamation. "He isn't? Oh, I beg your pardon," she hurried on. "What I meant to say was that I don't think you know how hard he is working now to try to find out what is wrong with your London business." "Hello!" Mr. Peregrine put up his glasses. "How do you know anything about that?" I met him." "Over in London?" "Yes." "That's odd. Where did you run across him?" In our garden." "There," said Mr. Peregrine. "What did I say? He spends his time fooling around at garden parties." "It wasn't exactly a garden party," said Flick. "He really is trying his hardest to find out why those profits have fallen off so much." "Oh, yes." "Oh, but he is," insisted Flick. She refused to allow herself to be intimidated by the old man's gruffness. The fact that he still kept Bill's photograph in his library, that holy of holies, must surely be significant. "I'll tell you something he's found out already. He's discovered that Mr. Slingsby is selling nearly all your wood pulp to a firm named Higgins and Bennett at a very small profit, when he has had much better offers elsewhere." "What?" "It's quite true. We both think, that Mr. Slingsby isn't very honest." "Nonsense! As straight and able a man as I ever met, and I'm a judge of character." "You can't be a very good judge of character if you think Bill is an idle waster," said Flick warmly. "Hello! You seem very friendly towards him." "I am." "Why, you hardly know him." "I've known him for years." "Yes, I suppose you have, if you like to put it that way. This is interesting, what you tell me about those sales. I can't understand it. Did William tell you how he found out?" "No, but he's awfully clever." I never noticed it." "Well, he is. And I'm sure that if you would take him into your business and give him a fair start, he would do wonders." Mr. Peregrine chuckled. "If I ever think of founding a William boosting club, I shall know where to go for a president." "I think he's rather hurt that you haven't sent him a word since he got to England, asking him how he's getting on." "I'll bet he hasn't given me a thought since he landed," said Mr. Peregrine callously. "Still, if you think he's so sensitive, I'll send him a wireless from the boat and arrange a meeting." "I wish you would." "But I don't even know where he is." 9 Marmont Mansions, Prince of Wales Road, Battersea Park, London," said Flick glibly. "Good gracious! How do you know that?" "He told me." Mr. Peregrine looked at her curiously. "I don't know how long you were talking in this garden of yours," he said, "but there doesn't seem to have been much that he didn't tell you. I suppose he roasted me, eh?" "He said you were a perfect darling," said Flick, "who tried to make people believe you were a terror and didn't deceive anybody." She stooped and bestowed a swift kiss on the bald spot in the centre of Mr. Peregrine's mop of stiff white hair. "I'm going out into the garden," she said. "I want to see if you've been and changed everything since I was last here. If I find you have, I'll come back and smack you." Mr. Peregrine followed her with a round-eyed gaze as she left the room. His thoughts strayed back to the story she told him, and he gave a discontented sniff. "A man who isn't fond of that girl," he mused, "must be a fool." He picked up the photograph of Bill and looked at it, a rather wistful smile curving his lips. An idle young hound, William, but not unattractive. By no means unattractive. He put the photograph down and toddled off to his ladder. End of Chapter 12, Part 2. Chapter 13 of Bill the Conqueror by P.G. Wodehouse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bill makes a discovery. His long form, draped in a flowered dressing gown, Judson Coker sat breakfasting in the dining room of No. 9 Marmont Mansions, Battersea. A gentle breeze, floating in through the open window, brought pleasant spring scents from the park across the road to blend with the robuster aroma of coffee and fried bacon. Propped up against the coffee-pot was a copy of the New York World, which had arrived that morning by the American mail. The hour was 10:30. A strange sense of well-being filled Judson. He took another mouthful of bacon and marveled, as he had been in the habit of marveling lately, how extraordinarily fit he felt these days. It seemed to him that this mystery of his glowing health was one that would interest doctors, achieved as it had been, in spite of the fact that for nearly 2 months now he had been deprived of that regular stimulus of alcohol, so highly recommended, indeed insisted upon, by the medical profession. He was in tremendous shape. Why, back in New York he would have shied like a startled horse if anyone had suggested that he should wrap himself round half a dozen slices of bacon at daybreak like this. Whereas now he was in 2 minds whether or not to send out to the kitchen for a further supply. He came to the conclusion that it must be something to do with the London air. It probably possessed curious tonic properties, and having decided definitely that another order of bacon was essential, he went down the passage to the kitchen to put it in commission. When he came back, he found Bill West staring moodily at the laden table. "Hello, Bill, old man," said Judson buoyantly. "Come to join me in a bite. Sit down and draw up a chair. I mean, draw up a chair and sit down. A relief expedition is on its way with more food." "I had my breakfast hours ago," said Bill with gloomy unresponsiveness. "Haven't you finished yet? I want to use the table to write a letter." The champagne-like air of London, which had brought new youth to Judson, seemed to have missed Bill out when distributing joy and elasticity about the metropolis. For the last few weeks Bill had been restless and subject to sudden fits of irritability, a fact which had disturbed Judson not a little. Filled as he was nowadays with an almost maudlin benevolence towards all created things, Judson wanted to have smiling faces around him. "You've all day before you," he pointed out. "Park yourself on a chair and watch me eat. Shan't be long." "There's a letter for you in the sitting-room," said Bill. "From Alice?" "Yes," said Judson, with a brother's indifference. He scanned his paper. "Listen to this. Broadcasts his love. Sweetheart muffs it. Wellington, Mass. Miss Luella Phipps of this city took her ear from her radiophone at just the wrong time last night, for she failed to hear her sweetheart's voice in Forest Hills, New York, announcing their engagement. James J. Roper of Forest Hills, New York, is the lucky man and is a radio expert. It occurred to him to let his fiancée hear his voice tell the world the glad tidings of their approaching nuptials." "Why do they print drivel like that?" said Bill sourly. "Don't you think it's rather touching?" inquired the Pollyanna behind the coffee-pot. In his sunny mood he was prepared to find heart interest everywhere. "No." "Oh." Judson returned to his literary research. "Would match Miss Bower against men swimmers," he proceeded, having now meandered on to the sporting page. "Who would?" "It just says would. Her pals, I suppose. During the recent 6-day swimming carnival, Miss Bower hung up 4 new world standards and 2 new American marks." "What of it?" Judson turned the pages. "Here's a good one," he said, chuckling. Girl tries to get into a taxi. Taxi man says, "I'm engaged." "That's fine," says the girl. "I hope you'll be very happy." He gazed wistfully at his companion, but Bill's face remained coldly unresponsive, and Judson, having now tried him with heart interest, sporting gossip, and humor, gave the thing up and looked at him with concern. "What's the matter, Bill, old man?" "Nothing's the matter." "Oh, but there is. You've become a regular gloom. All the time these days. You're acting like a wet Sunday in Pittsburgh. I believe you're sickening for something." "I'm not." "How do you know you're not?" said Judson earnestly. "You've got all the symptoms. You're jumpy and restless, and you haven't smiled since 6 weeks ago last Wednesday. I'll tell you what it is, Bill, old man. I'm becoming more and more convinced that we ought to keep a little brandy or some other healing spirit always in the house, in case of sickness." "You are you?" "I've heard of fellows who were saved from the tomb by a tot of brandy administered at just the right moment. Dozens of them. Absolutely snatched from the undertaker's grasp." "We could keep it in here," urged Judson. "In that closet. It wouldn't take up any room." He scanned Bill's forbidding features for a moment with a hope that swiftly ebbed. "Oh, very well," he said stiffly. "I was only suggesting it for your own good." The second installment of bacon had arrived, and he attacked it with an offended aloofness. Presently, having finished his meal, he took himself off to the sitting-room, and Bill, clearing a space on the table, sat down to write. Bill's days for writing to Alice Coker were Tuesday and Friday. Today was Friday, and it was consequently to compose a letter of love that he was now addressing himself. One would have supposed that with such a treat before him, his eye would have gleamed with a tender light. But no, it was dull and fishy, and after he had written half a dozen words, he stopped and began to chew his pen drearily. Literary composition can often be a slow and painful process, but if there is one occasion when a writer should surely find the golden sentences bubbling up without an effort, it is when he is inditing a letter to the girl he loves. The fact that for some time it had been getting harder and harder to think of things to fill up the pages on these occasions was beginning to weigh upon Bill's spirits. Impious as it was to entertain even for an instant the supposition that writing letters to Alice could have become a bore, honesty compelled him to admit that his primary motive in routing Judson out of the room at this early hour had been the desire to tackle the task and get it finished and off his mind. He ran his fingers through his hair. It was no good. Words would not come. What made it all the more strange was the fact that in the earlier days of his sojourn in London he had handled these bi-weekly prose poems with an absolutely inspired ease. His pen had started racing the moment he sat down. Phrases of the most admirable and pulpy sentiment had leaped into his mind so quickly that he could not keep pace with them, and stuff that you could have bound up in mauve covers and sold a dozen editions of had cost him practically no effort at all. And here he was now, without an idea in his head. He got up and went into the sitting-room. If anything could give him inspiration, it would be those 12 photographs of Alice that smiled down with such queenly sweetness from the mantelpiece, the whatnot, and the console table. He was inspecting the one third from the left on the mantelpiece, dully conscious that it was giving him no kick whatever, when a grave voice addressed him from the depths of the armchair. "Bill, old man." Bill turned sharply. "What's the matter now?" he snapped. It was wrong, of course, of him to speak so curtly to his faithful friend, but one cannot deny that he had a certain amount of justification. Judson was eyeing him with a peculiar and inscrutable expression on his face, goggling at him in an indescribable sort of sad, leering way that crashed into his nerve centers like a bullet. To a man in his condition of irritable despondency, the spectacle of Judson's face, even in its normal state, was hard enough to bear. With this peculiar expression added, it had become intolerable. "What are you looking at me like that for?" he demanded. Judson made no direct reply to the question. Instead, he heaved himself up from his chair and, stalking to Bill, patted him gently on the shoulder. Then he grasped his hand and shook it for a few moments, and finally, having patted him on the shoulder once more, resumed his seat. "I've got news for you, Bill, old man," he said in a hushed voice. "What news?" "Bill, old man," said Judson solemnly, "you were wrong just now. Believe me, you were wrong in the attitude you took up about my suggestion that we should keep a little brandy in the place, I mean." "What is this news of yours?" "Anybody," said Judson, "is liable to get ill at any moment, and every house, therefore, should have its supply, however small, of brandy or some other healing spirit always ready, so that you can get at it at a moment's notice. I've been reading up about brandy, Bill, old man. It is employed a great deal medicinally as a food capable of supplying energy in a particularly labile form to the body. It is also a very valuable stimulant, carminative, and hypnotic. Well, I mean, that shows you." "Will you stop driveling about brandy and tell me?" "There have been thousands of cases where the sudden breaking of bad news has caused apparently healthy people to keel over and faint, and if there hadn't happened to be somebody in the offing with a nip of the right stuff, their name would have been mud. If you'll give me the money, Bill, old man, I'll be only too glad to pop round the corner to a pub and get a pint or two." "What is this news?" "I heard my father say once that when he got badly hammered in the panic of 1907—" "No," said Judson carefully. "I'm lying to you. It wasn't my father. It was a pal of his. This bimbo was ruined in the panic, and he went straight home and opened up a bottle and took a couple of good strong snifters, quick, and before he knew where he was feeling like a 2-year-old again. And what's more, those drinks gave him an inspiration which enabled him to pull half his fortune out of the wreck. More than half. It's not far to the pub. I can get there and back in 10 minutes. "Look here," said Bill tensely. "If you don't tell me what this news of yours is, I'll step on you." Judson shook his head sadly. He seemed to be deploring the headlong impetuosity of youth. "All right," he said, "if you must have it. Alice has gone and got engaged to a bird in the steel business with pots of money. She asked me to break it to you gently." Bill stared dumbly. The fateful words sank slowly into his consciousness. "Engaged?" Judson nodded a deathbed nod. "That's right." "To a fellow in the steel business?" "Absolutely in the steel business, old man." There was a long silence, and suddenly Bill became aware with a sort of shock that his only clearly defined and recognizable emotion in this stupendous moment was a feeling of intense relief at the thought that now he would not have to finish that letter. All the morning it had been pressing on him like some heavy weight, and try as he would, he could not check a horrible sense of exhilaration. He realized dully that it was all wrong to be feeling like this. It was shameful that a man in his position, confronted with the wreck of all his hopes and dreams, could find nothing better to do than to stand congratulating himself on having got out of writing a difficult letter. Besides, the letter ought not to have been difficult. All the evidence, in short, appeared to point to one conclusion, that he was utterly lacking in the most rudimentary spirituality. Presently, as he stood there trying not to feel gay and light-hearted, he perceived that the heir of the Conkers was behaving in an odd manner. Judson had risen once more from his chair, and now, sidling up, he was thrusting into Bill's hand a sheet of paper. As the latter's fingers closed over this, he sighed, patted him on the shoulder again, and began to steal softly towards the door. Pausing on the threshold, he nodded twice with extraordinary solemnity. Then he slid out. It was only after he had been gone some moments that it dawned upon Bill that this was Judson's idea of handling a delicate situation with gentlemanly tact. There are times, Judson seemed to consider, when the strong man prefers to be left to wrestle with his grief alone. Left thus alone, Bill endeavored to carry out his part of the program. He glanced at the document in his hand. Recognizing Alice's handwriting, he deduced that this must be the letter which had brought the news. Presumably, Judson had intended him to read it, but what was the use? Once a man has grasped the essential fact that the girl to whom he was under the impression that he was betrothed has gone and got engaged to birds in the steel business with pots of money, treatises on the subject are superfluous. He put the letter down on the table unread. There now came to him a pleasing theory that seemed to offer an explanation of his strange lack of decent sorrow. Men who are shot frequently feel no immediate discomfort beyond a dull shock. This, he came to the conclusion, must be what had happened in his case. His faculties must have been stunned. Later on, no doubt, the agony would commence. Feeling considerably relieved by this reflection, he decided to go out and grapple with his tragedy in the open air. Dimly remembered novels, whose heroes had received the same sort of blow, suggested that this was the correct course for one in his position to pursue. In those novels, he recalled, shepherds tending their flocks on the wind-swept hills used to be startled by the swift passing of tall, soldierly men with pale, drawn faces, striding through the storm, with mouths set like bars of steel, and eyes glittering like flames, staring sightlessly out from under the peaks of their caps. He put on his shoes and was about to go in search of his hat, when suddenly there presented itself the problem of the photographs. Those 12 photographs, what to do with them? In the matter of the faithless one's photographs, 2 plans of action are open to the jilted swain. He can either lay them up in lavender and live out his lonely life brooding over them as his hair gradually whitens, or he can do the strong, manly thing and destroy them out of hand. It came as a further shock to Bill when, after 5 minutes' tense thought, he decided on the latter course, to realize how little anguish the prospect caused him. He made his decision without a tremor, and did the photographs up in a brown paper parcel with as little remorse as a grocer wrapping a pound of tea. Undoubtedly his faculties must have been stunned. It was Bill's intention to get rid of these mementos of a dead past, somewhere in the great outdoors. For over a week now the weather had been too warm for fires, which prevented one handy way of disposing of the things, and it was obviously impossible for a sensitive man to tear them up and put them in the waste-paper basket where Judson would see them. Bill wanted no jarring comments on his action. He was grateful now for the other's indifferent attitude towards all photographs of his sister. Judson was not an observant young man, and the odds were that the novel bareness of the walls and mantelpiece would entirely escape him. It is one of the defects of London, from the point of view of a man whose heart has just been broken, that it is practically devoid of wild spots in which to stride with a sightless stare. The nearest thing it seemed to provide to the wind-swept hills was Battersea Park, and thither Bill betook himself with his parcel, stepping lightly down the passage to the front door in order not to be intercepted by Bob the Sealyham, who, if aware that one of the gang contemplated going for a walk, would, he knew, show a disposition to count himself in. And much as Bill respected and liked Bob, he had no wish for his company now. The Bobs of Battersea are not permitted inside the park's exclusive boundaries unless attached to a leash, and it seemed to Bill scarcely decent that on this supreme occasion he should be hampered by a wriggling dog. Any moment now the agony might be beginning, making solitude essential. He tiptoed out and hurried down the stairs. It was a lovely morning. Comment has already been made in these records on the callousness of nature in times of man's distress, and it is enough to say that on this occasion nature more than lived up to her reputation. It was a day when the most prudent would have left his umbrella at home, and Bill, wandering through the green avenues and listening to the merry cries of children sporting in the sunshine, continued to have that peculiar illusion of light-heartedness. If he had not known that such a thing was impossible, he would have said that his spirits were rising higher and higher every moment. The way he jerked his wrist when, having reached a spot secluded from human eye, he threw the brown paper parcel containing the photographs from him, was positively rollicking. He heard it flop behind him without a pang, and was caracoling gaily on down the path when a shrill voice spoke in his ear. "Hi, mister!" So unexpected was this voice that it had for one brief instant an uncanny effect of being the voice of the brown paper parcel. A moment before, Bill had been convinced that there was not a soul within 100 yards. But it is a peculiarity of the London parks that no spot in them is ever really secluded from the human eye, and now there had sprung up, apparently through the asphalt, a small and grubby girl in a print frock. She was trotting towards him, her face beaming with helpfulness and goodwill. With her left hand she dragged along a small male relation, who in his turn dragged a still smaller male relation. With her right she waved the brown paper parcel. "You dropped this, mister." Bill was a kind-hearted young man, and he shrank from wounding the child. He took the parcel with as much gratitude as he was able to summon up on the spur of the moment, and with a smile a little too mechanical to be really brilliant, handed over 6pence as a reward. The family melted away. Bill walked on. The episode had had the effect of shaking his nerve, and though he passed several deserted nooks which might have been constructed by the London County Council with the sole purpose of acting as dumping grounds for the photographs of girls about to marry into the steel business, he made no use of them, and presently, roaming aimlessly, he found himself on the edge of a large sheet of water. Here, like Alastor on the long Chorasmian shore, he paused. The margin of the pool was fringed with children and dogs, the latter held in leash by nurses or tied to benches. The nurses exchanged dignified confidences one with another. The children sailed toy boats. The dogs barked continuously. In the trees, on a small island in the middle of the water, a colony of rooks cawed in raucous competition with the dogs. It was a jolly spot. But to Bill its chief charm lay in the fact that every individual present, whether nurse or child or dog or rook, appeared to be intensely occupied with his own affairs, and consequently in no position to observe and comment upon the strange behavior of any well-dressed young man who should stroll up and start throwing brown paper parcels into the depths. It seemed too good a chance to miss. With an abstracted eye on the rooks, he sent the parcel spinning through the air, and was just turning away, humming a careless air, when the splash was followed by another of such magnitude that he thought for a moment that the rather stout child who had been trimming the sails of his yacht close by must have fallen in. And it is shameful to have to record that the first emotion that came to Bill, a man with one life saved from drowning already to his credit, was a feeling of regret at the prospect of having to go in after the little chump. But he had wronged the stout child. There he was, still safely on the water's edge. The creature that had caused the splash was an enormous dog with long black hair and an expression of genial imbecility, and was now swimming vigorously out to where the brown paper parcel floated. And even as Bill looked, he snapped it up between two rows of shark-like teeth and started for the shore. A moment later he had laid it at Bill's feet, shaken himself like a shower bath, and was gazing up into his playmate's face, his idiot grin urging him as plainly as if he had made a set speech to keep the fun going by throwing the thing in again. Bill picked up the parcel and hurried away. He was now in a mood of acute exasperation. It was not the fact that he was quite noticeably wet that infuriated him, nor was his indignation due to disapproval of the phenomenon of an unleashed dog where, according to the park's clearly printed bylaws, no unleashed dog should have been. What was gnawing at his vitals was a dull hatred of this brown paper parcel and all it stood for. It amazed him now that he could ever have supposed himself in love with Alice Coker. Apart from anything else, apart altogether from her evil habit of going about marrying birds in the steel business, there must be a curse of some sort on a girl whose photographs were so impossible to get rid of. It was with all the depression of a Eugene Aram that he strode from the pond and buried himself in a quiet, leafy byway. If anything could have soothed Bill's mood of raging fury, this murmurous lane, with its fringe of tall trees, in which he now found himself, should have done so. Even more than any of the other nooks through which he had passed that morning, it seemed apart from the world of men. Birds sang in the branches to his left, and in the flower beds to his right, bees were buzzing happily. It is proof of the shattered state of Bill's morale that the solitude of this sylvan retreat did not encourage him at once to drop his parcel. He was in the grip of a sort of superstitious coma. He had a presentiment that, solitary though the place seemed, he would not be alone for long, and a moment later his presentiment was fulfilled. Round the bend in the walk, concealed until they were almost on him by a large bush, came pacing slowly a young couple, a man and a girl. The girl was trim and pretty, but it was the man who arrested Bill's attention. He was a tall young man with brown eyes and chestnut hair, of an aspect rendered vaguely artistic by a long and flowing tie of mauve silk. And the thing about him that attracted Bill's notice was his oddly familiar look. Somewhere, he felt, he had met the fellow before. The man looked up, and as he did so, there came into his face an expression which Bill could not interpret. It was recognition. That was clear enough. But it was also something more than recognition. If the idea had not been so absurd, he would almost have said it was fear. The brown eyes widened, and a breeze rippling through the chestnut hair — he was carrying his hat in his hand — gave it a momentary suggestion of standing on end. "Hello," said Bill. He could not place the fellow, but it was plain from the other's expression that they must have met. "Hello," said the young man, huskily. "Nice day," said Bill. The observation seemed to have a reassuring effect on the other. It was as if he had expected hostility from Bill, and was pleasantly relieved by the cordiality of his tone. He brightened visibly. "Beautiful," he said. "Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful." Each having shot his conversational bolt, there followed one of those awkward silences. And then Bill, acting automatically under the influence of a powerful urge, proceeding he knew not whence, extended his hand. "Here," he said briefly, and thrusting the brown paper parcel into the other's grasp, he walked rapidly away. He was conscious, as he went, of a whirl of mixed emotions, but the one that stood out above all the others was a stupendous feeling of relief. A memory of his boyhood came to him, of the time when he had first read Stevenson's Bottle Imp. It must have been quite a dozen years ago, but he could still recall the exquisite exultation he had felt on reaching the passage where the hero gets rid of the fatal bottle to the drunken sailor. It was exactly so that he was feeling now. His recent acquaintance might, probably would, think him mad, but the chances were all against him running after him to tell him so and to force the parcel back upon him. If he did, it would be necessary to take firm steps. Bill stopped. His train of thought had just been jarred violently off the rails by the sudden discovery of the reason why the man's face had been familiar. He knew him now, and he remembered where it was that they had last seen each other. In the garden of Holly House, Wimbledon, when he, Bill, had chased him hither, thither, and round about through the darkness with the intent to do violence upon his person. It was the man Roderick Pike. Bill smiled grimly. Roderick Pike. No, there was no likelihood of Roderick Pike running after him with parcels. And then his thoughts began to flow in such a rapid stream that he could not keep up with them. The discovery that this man was Roderick Pike immediately caused him to wonder what on earth he was doing strolling about Battersea Park with a girl. Why, by all the laws of romance and even decency, he should have been brooding forlornly on his vanished fiancée. It offended Bill to think that a man who has so recently lost Flick should be behaving so callously. And then his thoughts shot off at another tangent, and this time they were such weighty thoughts that he was obliged to sit down on a handy bench to grapple with them. Flick. Of course he had never actually forgotten Flick for an instant, but it was certainly true that his meeting Roderick had brought her into his mind with a curious vividness that had all the effect of making her seem like something suddenly remembered. Flick. He could see her now, as clearly as if she were standing before him. Flick, happy and smiling. Flick, tired and tearful. Flick, frightened and looking to him for support. A whole gallery of Flicks, each more attractive than the last. And quite suddenly, as if he had known it all along, Bill realized that he loved Flick. Of course, he was a fool not to have guessed it earlier. Judson had accused him of being like a wet Sunday in Pittsburgh. Quite justly. He had been like a wet Sunday in Pittsburgh. And why? Because the withdrawal of Flick from his life had made that life seem so empty and unprofitable. This was what had been troubling his spirit all these weeks. Bill got up. He was glowing now with that fervor which comes upon men in their hour of clear vision. He felt in his pocket for his pipe. The situation was distinctly one that demanded a series of thoughtfully smoked pipes, and found that he had left it in the flat. It being obviously impossible to think coherently without it, he returned home. Judson, that model of tact and delicacy, was still out, and Bill was glad of it. He wanted solitude. He found his pipe where he had left it in the dining-room, beside that scarcely begun letter to Alice Coker, and proceeded to the sitting-room. A Marconigram was lying on the table. Bill opened it, hoping faintly that it might be from Flick, and experienced disappointment on discovering that it was from his Uncle Cooley. Uncle Cooley, said the Marconigram, was due to dock at Southampton on the following morning. He hoped that Bill would meet him at the Antiquarians' Club in Pall Mall at 3 in the afternoon. It was news to Bill that Mr. Paradine was on the ocean at all, and his immediate feeling was a regret that he had not more stimulating news to give him of his activities in connection with Mr. Wilfrid Slingsby. Yes, on the whole, it was a nuisance that Uncle Cooley had chosen just this time to come over. However, being here, he could not be ignored. Bill came to the conclusion that it would be more respectful, and would make a better impression, if, instead of waiting till 3 o'clock, he went to Waterloo Station on the morrow and met the boat train. Having made this decision, he sat down and plunged into pleasant, roseate dreams about Flick. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Bill the Conqueror by P.G. Wodehouse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Unforeseen enchantment at Waterloo Station. It was with a light and jaunty step that Bill strode over Chelsea Bridge next morning on his way to Waterloo. There had been a time in the silent watches of the night when, lying in bed reviewing the position of affairs, he had had certain uncomfortable doubts as to the stability of his character. Was not a man, he asked himself, who could so swiftly rebound from one love to another, incapable of love in its deepest sense? Was not such a man incurably shallow and trivial and worthy of nothing but contempt? From 12:30 till 1:45 he had been inclined to answer these questions in the affirmative. But at 1:45 precisely there had slid into his fevered mind the consoling recollection of Romeo. Now there was a chap. Generations of lovers had taken him as the archetype of their kind. And yet, on Shakespeare's own showing, the fellow had been a perfect byword among his friends up till, say, 9:30 p.m. one night for his hopeless adoration of Rosaline. And it couldn't have been much more than 9:45 the same night before he was worshipping Juliet. And certainly nobody had ever accused Romeo of shallowness and triviality. No, everything was absolutely all right. All that had happened was that the scales had fallen from his eyes, if you liked to put it that way, and that was the sort of thing that might happen to anyone. With each step that took him nearer to his destination, Bill became more wholeheartedly convinced that Flick was the only girl in the world for him. What he had felt for Alice Coker had been the mere immature infatuation of a lad with no knowledge of life. He looked back to himself as he had been 2 months ago, and seemed to be contemplating another being. In addition to having settled this soul problem, he had also got the practical side of the thing straight. As soon as there was a boat, he must go over to America, find Flick, and pour out his heart. Every moment that he spent 3,000 miles away from her was a moment irreparably wasted, and somehow the thought of pouring out his heart to Flick affected him with none of that nervous paralysis which had come upon him on the occasion when he had, mistakenly, revealed his emotions to Alice Coker. Flick was different. Flick was, well, she was Flick. She was a pal. By the time Bill reached Westminster Bridge, he was smiling at passers-by and telling policemen it was a nice morning. And in York Road he went so far as to give a hawker half a crown for a penny box of matches, thereby converting one who had always been a stubborn skeptic to a belief in miracles. He entered the bustling precincts of Waterloo at a sort of joyous trot, which increased to a gallop when a porter informed him that the boat train was even now discharging its passengers at platform 13. Bill had no difficulty in finding platform 13. The march of progress has robbed Waterloo Station of its mysteries. Once it used to be a quaint, dim wonderland in which bewildered Alices and their male counterparts wandered helplessly, seeking information of officials as naively at sea as themselves. But now it is orderly and efficient. Bill, not having known it in the days of its picturesqueness, had no sense of romantic loss. Yielding up a penny for a platform ticket, he charged past the barrier into the swirl of the crowd. The platform was full of travelers and their friends and relatives, his native shrewdness telling him that Uncle Cooley would probably be at the far end of the train, looking after his baggage. Bill wasted no time. It was his intention to show zeal, to save his uncle trouble and annoyance by attending to the baggage himself, and incidentally to reveal himself in the light of the capable young man of affairs. He brushed aside a boy who was trying to sell him oranges and chocolates, and sped upon his way, and was rewarded by the spectacle of Mr. Paradine hovering on the outskirts of the crowd like an undersized sportsman trying to get a glimpse of a dog-fight. "Hello, Uncle Cooley! How are you? Have a good voyage? Shall I get you a porter?" said Bill efficiently. "Why, William," said Mr. Paradine, turning and speaking with an agreeable cordiality, "I never expected to see you. Nice of you to come and meet me. Thought I might save you trouble with your trunks." "Very good of you, but I'll look after them myself. I've got some valuable books I want to keep an eye on. I'll meet you down the platform. You'll find Horace there." The prospect of a chat with Horace did not cause Bill any noticeable elation, but Mr. Paradine, who had now intercepted a passing porter and was pointing out trunks to him in the manner of a connoisseur exhibiting the gems of his collection to a sympathetic fellow enthusiast, seemed anxious to be alone. "Go along and talk to him," he said. "That big one, that little one, and there are 5 more," he added to the porter. "You'll find another friend of yours with him. At least, she said she knew you." "She? Girl named Sheridan? Felicia Sheridan, niece of Sinclair Hammond, the man I've come to stay with." Waterloo Station is always in a seething and effervescent condition when a boat train comes in, but to Bill, as he heard these words, it seemed to boil and bubble like a cauldron. Travelers, travelers' friends, travelers' relations, porters, paper boys, station masters, and the persevering lad who was still trying to sell him oranges and chocolates, danced before his eyes in a weird saraband. The solid platform seemed to heave beneath his feet. The whistle of an engine sounded like a scream of joy. "Flick?" he gasped. Is Flick here?" But Mr. Paradine was too busy to reply. Accompanied by the porter, he was now in the center of the maelstrom, burrowing after trunks like a terrier in a rabbit warren. Bill, though he would have liked to ask a number of questions, respected his uncle's preoccupation, and, drawing a deep breath, plunged down the platform with as much direct forcefulness as if he had been in sight of the enemy's goal line with a football under his arm. Indignant humanity scattered like smoke wreaths before him, and presently, after causing more hard feelings among his fellow creatures than a judge at a baby contest, He came to a space that was comparatively open, and there, her hand in the uncouth paw of the boy Horace, stood Flick. In a world full of people who, happening upon Horace, immediately wished him elsewhere, nobody had ever wished him so far elsewhere as did Bill at that moment. Not even Mr. Sherman Bastable, in his least affectionate mood, could have found the boy's society more distasteful. His mere presence was bad enough, but far worse was that look of sardonic scorn on his freckled face, a look that seemed to ridicule all romance and wither it with a chilling blast. For an instant Bill had a sense of defeat. There was something hideously immobile about the boy's attitude that seemed to suggest that nothing could shift him. "Come one, come all, this platform shall fly from its firm base as soon as I," his demeanor said. And Bill was at a loss to know what to do about it, till suddenly an inspiration came to him. Few boys are averse from a quiet snack at any hour, and Horace was probably no exception to the rule. "Hello, Horace," he said. "You're looking tired and thin. Take this. You'll find the refreshment room down there through those gates." The words acted like some magic spell. Horace's stomach had that quality which optimists try to persuade us belongs to the ladder of fortune. There was always plenty of room at the top. Without a word, or indeed any acknowledgment, unless a sharp grunt was intended for a speech of thanks, he seized the money which Bill was thrusting upon him and hurried off. Bill turned to Flick, who during this brief business interview had been drinking him in with round and astonished eyes. "Flick," said Bill. "Bill," said Flick. "You darling," said Bill. "I love you. I love you. Oranges and chocolates," said a dispassionate voice at his elbow. "Oranges, sandwiches, and chocolates." With prismatic dreams of murder filling his mind, Bill turned. Apart from the fact that any interruption at such a moment would have affected him like a blow behind the ear from a sandbag, he had supposed that in his previous conversations with this lad he had disposed once and for all of this matter of oranges and chocolates. It was a perfectly straight issue, to settle which both sides had only to show a little reasonableness and intelligence. The boy thought Bill wanted oranges and chocolates. Bill did not want oranges and chocolates, and he had said so perfectly plainly. Yet it seemed now that they had been shouting at one another across seas of misunderstanding. "I don't want any oranges," he said tensely. "Chocolates," suggested the boy. "Chocolates for the lady." "The lady doesn't want chocolates." "Sandwiches?" "Nor sandwiches." "Buns, sweets of all descriptions, chocolate nut chocolate, sandwiches, oranges, apples, banberry cakes, and bananas." Bill grasped Flick's arm and hurried her along the platform. It is supposed to be a universal illusion on the part of the young, when in love, that they are entirely alone in the world. But Bill, great though his passion was, could not achieve this state of mind. Waterloo Station seemed to him absolutely congested. How there were enough people in London, large city though it was, to fill it up to such an extent amazed him. The entire population of the British Isles, together with visitors from every part of America, seemed to have banded together to prevent him getting a quiet word with Flick. "Ever since you went away," he resumed, coming to a halt behind a luggage-laden truck, The truck became suddenly endowed with movement. It thrust itself between them like a juggernaut. And when it had passed and he was about to speak again, a finger tapped him energetically upon the shoulder. "Pardon me, sir," asked a voice in rich Minnesotan, "but could you direct me to the telegraph office?" Adversity makes strategists of us all. Bill grasped the other's arm and whirled him round. "I don't know myself," he said, "but that boy over there could tell you. The one with the orange and chocolate tray?" "Thank you, sir. Thank you. Don't mention it." "Flick, darling," said Bill, "ever since you went away, I've been perfectly miserable. I couldn't make out at first what was the matter with me. Then I suddenly realized. I've got to talk quick, so get this. I love you. I beg your pardon?" He broke off icily, turning as he received a sharp prod in the ribs from what felt like the ferrule of an umbrella. The stout woman with the brown veil flying from her hat repeated her question. "Where can you get a porter?" Bill spoke in an overwrought voice. What there was about him that made all these people flock to him as to some human information bureau, he was at a loss to understand. Goodness knew he had been trying to make his face look forbidding enough, and yet they kept surging up to him in their thousands as if he were their guardian angel. He began to feel like one of those Ask Mr. Halloran men whose cheery advertisements dot the roadsides throughout Long Island. "Anywhere around here. They're popping about all over the place. There's one over there, standing by that boy with the chocolate and orange tray." "I don't see him." "He was there a moment ago." The stout woman wandered away discontentedly, her veil flying behind her. Bill turned to Flick again. "By your leave, sir." A porter this time, with a truck. The irony of the situation afflicted Bill. Here was a porter interrupting him, doubtless in search of stout women with baggage. And a moment before, the stout woman had interrupted him in search of a porter. It would have been a kindly act on his part to bring these kindred spirits together, but he was otherwise occupied. "I know what you're saying," he resumed. "You're saying, 'What about Alice Coker?' Never mind about Alice Coker. That was a mere infatuation, simply an infatuation. I love you, and only you, and I honestly believe, I've loved you from the very first moment we met." Amazing how easy it was to talk to her like this. The mere sight of her encouraged him to eloquence. She radiated confidence and comfort. It was as simple as telling an old friend that you were glad to see him. No trace now, he felt, of that fluttering self-consciousness which had set him stammering under the queenly gaze of Alice Coker. Silly nonsense that had been, imagining for a single moment that he could be in love with a girl who made him self-conscious. The whole essence of love, and Bill now considered himself an expert on this subject, was that it made you feel at home with a girl, happy with her, at your ease with her, just as if she were a part of you. "Flick, darling," he said, "let's go off and get married, quick." Her eyes were smiling up into his, the brightest, bluest eyes that had ever danced in human face, and Waterloo Station seemed to blaze with a brilliant and unearthly light. It soothed every nerve in his body, that smile of hers. It set him aglow with a happiness beyond all dreaming. It was like a lighted window welcoming a weary traveler home across the snow. And taking advantage of the fact that this delightful station was full of people who were kissing one another, he bent over with no more words and kissed Flick. And the kiss seemed like nothing so much as the formal affixing of a signature to a document whose pleasant terms had long since been agreed upon and settled. It was so entirely simple, so perfectly natural and in order, and somehow it seemed to put matters on such a sound and satisfactory footing that for the first time since she had come to him out of this whirl of restless humanity, he found himself able to talk coherently and conversationally. "What are you doing over here?" he asked. "I was just coming over to America to find you." "I ran short of money, and I had to cable home, and they cabled back that I was to go to your uncle. He has brought me over." "But didn't Alice Coker look after you?" "I never went near her." "Why not?" "Oh, why, of course you wouldn't," said Bill, with a flash of belated intelligence. "What a consummate fool I was ever to think you would! The more I look back at myself, the more it seems to me that of all the hopeless fools in the world, I was the worst." "You weren't." "I was, taking all that time to realize that I loved you." "Do you really love me, Flicky?" "Of course I do. I always have." "I'm hanged if I can see why," said Bill candidly. "I know you do. I can feel it in my bones. But why?" "Because you're the most wonderful man on earth." "By Jove, I believe I am. Anyway, I feel I am when you look at me like that." Flick squeezed his arm. "Bill, darling, what are we going to do?" Bill looked at her in astonishment. "Why, get married as soon as ever we can. That reminds me, I shall have to be looking for work. Can't live on nothing. But that will be all right. I have a hunch that Uncle Cooley will come out strong. All I need is a start." "It's going to be very difficult." "Not a bit. Watch me." "I mean about me. I'm supposed to have come back to marry Roderick." "What? You don't mean to say," demanded Bill, with honest amazement, "that silly business is still on? Do you mean to tell me that in this 20th century people still think they can force a girl to marry someone she doesn't want to?" "When you get a man like Uncle George and a woman like Aunt Francie making up their minds, it doesn't matter what century it is," said Flick simply. "You wouldn't do it?" said Bill, with a sudden swift spasm of fear. "Of course I wouldn't," said Flick stoutly. "But oh, Bill, darling, we've got to hurry up and do something. After what has happened, I know as well as I know anything that I shall be a sort of prisoner at Holly House. I'm in disgrace. I'm like a convict that has tried to escape. I daren't risk running away again until everything is quite settled. You must let me know the moment you're ready for me." "I'll write to you." "No, don't. They might see your letters, and then it would be more difficult than ever." She broke off. Bill, whose eyes had never left her face, saw her start. "What is it?" he asked. "Bill," said Flick quickly in a low voice, "don't do a thing. Just stand where you are and try to look as if you were perfectly ordinary. Aunt Francie is coming. I might have guessed that she would be here to meet me." The woman advancing up the platform was so exactly what Bill would have imagined any sister of Flick's Uncle George that he had a feeling almost as if they were old acquaintances. Nevertheless, he was far from being at his ease. Aunt Francie was finding some difficulty in maneuvering around a truck, and Flick seized the opportunity for further counsel. "Stay where you are. She'll think you're somebody I met on board." "How am I to let you know?" said Bill hurriedly, as the enemy appeared round the truck. "I've got it. What paper do you take in the morning?" "The Daily Record. It's Uncle George's paper." "Watch the agony column," whispered Bill. Flick nodded briefly and turned to greet her formidable aunt. "Aunt Francie!" she exclaimed. There was a noticeable chill in the bearing of Mrs. Sinclair Hammond as she pecked at the cheek of her erring niece. Mrs. Hammond had much to say to her of a nature that could not well be said in front of strangers. The lecture of a lifetime hung on her firm lips, only waiting for Bill's departure to be released. Flick turned to Bill. "Good-bye, Mr. Rawlinson," she said brightly, extending her hand. "Thank you so much for looking after me." Bill took his cue with a courteous bow in the direction of the more formidable than ever Aunt Francie. He moved off down the platform. He had, as he went, something of the emotions of a knight of old, compelled by other engagements to ride off and leave a maiden at the mercy of a dragon. Chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Bill the Conqueror by P.G. Wodehouse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Judson finds an old friend. The waiter, having brought coffee and cigars, retired, and Bill, leaning across the table, spoke in a low and confidential voice. "Juddy," he said, "I've got something I want to tell you, old man." Several times during the meal, which had just come to a conclusion, he had been meaning to speak, but on each occasion the orchestra of the Regent Grill Room, which has a nasty habit of bursting at unexpected moments into La Bohème and even louder classics, had been seized with a spasm which had rendered low-voiced confidences impossible. This had caused Bill a good deal of annoyance, for the necessity of confiding his affairs to a sympathetic ear had become imperative. A week had elapsed since his momentous meeting with Flick at Waterloo Station, and all through that week he had been going about laden down with a secret which it had grown more and more irksome to keep to himself. The time had arrived when he simply had to talk about it to someone, and in all this great city there was no one except Judson whom he could elect to the position of confidant. Judson puffed comfortably at his cigar. "Spill it," he said amiably. He looked at his companion with friendly eyes. Apart from the fact that, having a pleasant secret of his own tucked away in his bosom, he was feeling well disposed towards all humanity, he felt particularly genial towards Bill. During this past week all his old affection and esteem had returned. Bill, for so long a blighted flower, had suddenly revived as if someone had poured water on him. He had gone whistling about the flat, and tonight had reached such heights of jovial camaraderie as actually to suggest a dinner at the Regent, followed by a visit to the Alhambra Review. Judson thoroughly approved of the change. Bill looked about him cautiously. The waiter had disappeared. The nearest diners were out of earshot. The orchestra, its fever past, was convalescing limply and seemed incapable of further noise for quite a time. He felt justified in continuing. "I wonder," he said, "if you've noticed that I have seemed somehow different these last few days?" "I should say so," assented Judson cordially. "Much more the little ray of sunshine." "Well, I'll tell you why, Juddy, old man. I've discovered what love really means." "What, again?" said Judson. Bill frowned. Confidants ought to be more tactful. "If you're thinking of Alice," he said, "that was just infatuation." "I see. This time it's the real thing." "Ah." "What do you mean, ah?" demanded Bill. He was sensitive. "Nothing, old man, nothing. Just ah. Surely," said Judson, who came of a free race, "a fellow can say aw." "You said it as if you thought I wasn't serious." "Not a bit of it. I was only thinking." "Thinking what?" "Well, isn't it a bit rapid? I mean to say, a week ago you were raving about Alice, and it seems to have taken you just 7 days to forget her and tack on to someone else. Not that I'm blaming you, mind," said Judson handsomely. "I admire a quick worker." Bill knocked his cigar ash against his coffee cup. He was wishing that he had not been so peculiarly situated as to be compelled to waste his finest thoughts on a fellow like Judson. No soul. There you had Judson Coker in 2 words. All right within his limitations, and a pleasant chap to exchange trivialities with, but no soul. "I don't know what you mean by a quick worker," he said. Perhaps it doesn't seem quick to you," said Judson pacifically. "I've known Flick for years." "Ah, Flick," said Judson with enthusiasm. "Now, there's a girl in a million. If you'd been in love with Flick—" "I am in love with Flick." "Now, let's get this thing straight," said Judson. He drank coffee to clear his mind. The entertainment had been on a strictly teetotal basis, but nevertheless he was feeling slightly foggy. "A week ago you were crazy about my sister Alice. Then you switched to this other girl you're telling me about, and now you say you're in love with Flick. I don't get it, Bill, old man. I don't get it. Sounds to me as if you were headed straight for bigamy. Not," he added broad-mindedly, "that I've anything personally against bigamy. Must be nice to have two homes to go to." Bill groaned in spirit. Better to have poured out his heart into a dictaphone than to be squandering words on this poor worm. "If you had twice as much sense, you'd be half-witted," he said sourly. "Can't you understand that I've been talking about Flick all the time?" "You mean Flick's the girl you're in love with?" groped Judson. "The second girl, I mean, not the third girl?" "There isn't any third girl," said Bill between his teeth. "But you said there was." "I didn't. I should have thought that anyone with 1 ounce more brains than a billiard ball could have understood. I've suddenly realized that Flick is the only girl I have ever loved." "Ah, now I see. Flick is the only girl you have ever loved? Well, it's a pity you didn't find it out before you let her go off to America." "If she hadn't gone to America, I might never have known what I felt." "Well, what are you going to do? Send her a cable?" "She's back." "No, really?" "Yes. I found her at Waterloo last Saturday when I went to meet my uncle." Bill's voice shook. "I told her that I loved her, Juddy, and she said she loved me." "Attaboy!" "What she can see in me," said Bill, "I can't imagine." "No," assented Judson heartily. "No." "But there's a difficulty. You see, she has come back to marry that man Pike." Judson started. "Not the fellow who said it was Toddy Van Ryter who founded the Silks? Good Lord, Bill, you must stop that. That would never do. I've nothing against Toddy. Toddy, I may as well tell you, has come out of the business extremely well. I had a letter from him this morning. But this bird Pike is one of the worst. On no account must you permit a corker like Flick to marry him." "I won't," said Bill firmly. "But you see the position? She got broke in New York and was scared and cabled her people that she wanted to come home. They fixed it up for her to come home, but naturally it was on the understanding that she went ahead and married the fellow Pike." "The world's worst," said Judson. "The world's very punkest. It must not be." "It isn't going to be," said Bill impatiently. "But you see the difficulty. Obviously, she can't run away from home again until she is quite certain that I can look after her. And just at present it's difficult to see how I am going to be able to look after her unless I get in really strong with my uncle." "You want to expose that crook Slingsby, and then he would eat out of your hand." "But how do we know he is a crook?" "He is, Bill, old man, he is," said Judson earnestly. "I didn't tell you before, but I went to get a drink out of him one night, and he palmed off a cup of cocoa on me, saying that it contained nourishing fats. And now Flick writes and tells me that they are trying to rush this wedding through," said Bill. I've been putting messages in the agony column of the Record every day, so we've kept in touch. And this morning I got a letter from her saying that they want to have the wedding come off next week. I seem to see myself letting them do it, growled Bill. If they try to start anything like that, I'll take Flick away and marry her and get a job of some kind, any sort of a job, just something that will carry us along till I make good. Yes, said Judson doubtfully. The only trouble is, Bill, old man, when it comes to getting jobs, I should imagine that you're a sort of halfway Henry. A halfway Henry? A fellow with not enough brains to own streets and too much to sweep them, explained Judson. I'll sweep 'em, if it comes to that. You don't know what love is, or you would realize that a man will do anything for the girl he wants to marry. The butterfly existence of a bachelor suited Judson so perfectly that this sort of thing was rather above his head. Can't say I've ever wanted to marry, myself, he mused. Still, I suppose there's something to be said for it. Must make a fellow feel pretty good, I imagine, to get up and say, "No more, boys, not any more for me. Got to be going now. Little woman waiting for me at home." Exactly, agreed Bill, pleasantly surprised at this evidence of sentiment in one whom he had supposed incapable of the finer emotions. But then, proceeded Judson thoughtfully, there's the other side of the picture. When you sneak home at 3 a.m. and tiptoe up the steps and shove the key quietly into the keyhole, which you carefully oiled the day before, and turn the lock without a sound, only to discover that she has put the chain on the door. You've got to look at it from every angle, Bill, old man. Bill beckoned to the waiter, who had reappeared and was hovering in a meaning manner about the table. He was too revolted for speech. Once more he was regretting that necessity had compelled him ever to make a confidant of such a man. He paid the bill in silence and rose from the table. "One thing I've thought of," said Judson, trotting in his wake down the aisle. "You'll have to get a license. Suppose you have to make a quick job of it, you'll need a license. Can't get action without a license." "I've got a license," said Bill coldly, and spoke no more till they were in their seats at the Alhambra. Then it was only to say, "Shut up," to his companion, whose researches in the program had caused him to start babbling excitedly. "But it must be the same," Judson was arguing with animation, thrusting his program into Bill's face and indicating the name of one of the personnel of the ensemble with an eager finger. "Prudence Stryker? Such an unusual name. Must be the same girl I used to know in the Follies back in New York. I'll tell you in a second, directly the chorus come on. Yes, there she is. Second girl from that end. Well, I'm darned. Fancy her being over here." He relapsed into a momentary silence, only to emerge once more with a long and rambling story, told in a hissing undertone, about the night when he and Jimmy Boole and Freddie Osgood and Miss Stryker and a pal of Miss Stryker's, whose name was on the tip of his tongue, and a pal of Miss Stryker's pal, whose name had sounded like Biscuit, only it could hardly be that. Anyway, something that had sounded very like Biscuit, had gone to celebrate Jimmy's birthday down at that place in Greenwich Village, and Freddie had got so plastered and tried to play the trap drums, though in his calmer moments, mark you, Freddie would have been the first to admit that he knew about as much about playing trap drums as— "Shut up," said Bill. "Oh, all right," said Judson, aggrieved. "Anyway, it's the same girl." There is a brisk delirium about a modern review, which, while entertaining to the carefree mind, has the unfortunate effect of irritating the man on whose soul anything in the nature of a deep problem is weighing. It was not long before Bill, rendered distrait by thoughts of that letter from Flick, began to regret that he had been foolish enough to suggest this expedition. The blare of the music and the restlessness of the chorus afflicted his nerves. By the time the curtain fell at the end of the first portion of the entertainment, he was convinced that he could endure no more. What he wanted was a long walk. "I'm going home," he announced. "Going home?" gasped Judson. "But look here." "You needn't come if you want to sit out the rest of it. I want to get away and think." "Oh, think? All right, then. See you later." Bill left the Alhambra and, crossing Leicester Square, wandered aimlessly in the direction of Piccadilly. After the heat and turmoil of the theatre, the cool night air was like a caress. The sky was a deep and mysterious blue, picked out with little stars that winked down at him as he walked, as if they knew how he felt and would have liked to do something to help. It was a night for lovers to stand beneath their lady's window, and Bill stopped so abruptly that he was nearly run down by a taxicab. He wondered he had not thought of that before. Obviously, there was but one place for him on such a night. He hailed the taxi, which, after some slight eloquence on the part of its driver, was about to move on. "Wimbledon Common," he said. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Bill the Conqueror by P.G. Wodehouse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A dinner engagement for Bill. London was a dead and empty city when Bill turned the corner into the Prince of Wales Road, Battersea. Even the coffee stall at the end of the road was silent and deserted. Just how late it was, he did not know, for his watch, like time itself, seemed to have stopped. He was dimly aware of a not unpleasant fatigue, for, like Judson on a previous occasion, he had walked all the way back from Wimbledon, not, as had been the case with Judson, because he had to, but because his uplifted mood made any other form of locomotion impossible. Lovers are a curious and unpractical race. If Bill had been asked what he imagined himself to have gained by his journey to Holly House, and those hours of silent sentinel duty in the shadows of its garden, he would not have been able to say. Yet he was not conscious of having wasted his time. The fact, too, that it had been quite impossible for one with his slight knowledge of the topography of the house to guess which of those windows, whose lights had gone out one by one as he watched, belonged to Flick, did not in any way take the edge off his fervor. For all he knew, he might have been expending his emotional energy on the window of his Uncle Cooley, or even on that of Mrs. Hammond. But he did not care. He had done the only thing possible on such a night, and now he was ready to drop into bed and dream of quickly made fortunes, and a life lived happily ever after. He climbed the 5 flights of stairs that led to No. 9 Marmont Mansions, and stepping delicately to avoid waking Judson, reached his room. 10 minutes later he was asleep. Exactly when it was that he was woken by a noise that sounded like the sudden collapse of the roof, he could not have said. The evidence of his window, which had been an oblong of black and was now an oblong of dingy gray, seemed to point to the fact of several hours having passed. He was on the point of dismissing the noise as part of a dream, when the sound of a hearty chuckle outside his door came to convince him of its reality. There was somebody in the passage, and, however unpleasant it might be to get out of bed, it behooved him to go and look into the matter. Only an idiot burglar would burgle a place like this and laugh while doing so. But even idiot burglars must be thrown out by the conscientious householder. Bill put on a pair of slippers, grasped a chair as the handiest weapon, and charged forth. The noise had evidently been caused by the falling of the hat stand, and what had caused the hat stand to fall had just as evidently been the efforts of Judson Coker to hang his hat on it. He was now leaning placidly against the front door, and he turned a happy face in Bill's direction as the latter came out of his room. He was still in full evening dress, with the exception of the white tie conventionally worn with that costume. This he had apparently lost or given away, and in place of this he was decorated with a ribbon of light blue of the kind used to adorn the female hair, hanging diagonally athwart his shirt front and giving him a vaguely ambassadorial look. His hair was disordered, and he beamed at Bill with an almost overpowering friendliness. Battersea at that moment contained no sunnier man than Judson Coker. "Hello, Bill, old man!" he cried jubilantly. "Say, I can't get this darn thing to stand up, Bill, old man. Every time I try to make it stand up, it falls down. And every time it falls down, it makes the most awful noise. And every time it makes the most awful noise, I try to stand it up. And every time I try to stand it up, it falls down. And every time... where was I?" he asked, puzzled. Bill lowered his chair and regarded him sternly, then stooped and restored the hat stand to an upright position. Judson, who had watched the process with a tense interest, which would have been almost excessive if his friend had been trying to walk a tightrope across Niagara Falls, uttered an excited cry. "You did it!" There was nothing petty or envious, no hidden note of jealousy about his admiration. "You did it! First shot! You're a better man than I am, Gunga Din." "Don't make such an infernal noise." "You're quite right, Bill, old man. Noise, yes, but not infernal noise. Well, Bill," proceeded Judson genially, "it's great seeing you again after all this long time. Yes, sir, that's what it is. Great. What have you been doing with yourself? Sit down and tell me all about it." "What have you been doing? That's what I would like to know." Judson nodded owlishly. "You're absolutely right, Bill. Absolutely right. You're always absolutely right. And a great gift it is, too. Nothing to beat it. Well, Bill, old man, I've been out to supper. You remember my pointing out a girl to you at the Wait," said Judson with dignity, raising a compelling hand. "Lots of fellows think I can't say the word. Oh, yes, they do. It's all over London that I cannot pronounce the word Alhambra. But I can. And I'm glad. Where was I?" Bill, somewhat recovered now from the moroseness which comes to those abruptly awakened in the small hours, was growing interested. "Did you meet someone who took you to supper?" he asked. "No, sir," replied Judson with a touch of hauteur. "I was the one that took someone to supper. Yes, I know what you're going to say. You're going to say, where did I get the money to take someone to supper? And very frank and honest of you, too, to say so. Manly, that's what I call it. Manly. I got that money, Bill, old man, because I've got a head." "You'll have one tomorrow, all right," said Bill unkindly. "A smart business head," resumed Judson. "Lots of fellows haven't got smart business heads. And where are they? Streeping the sweets. You know what I did? Well, listen then, because you're a young man trying to get along, and this'll be useful to you. Alhambra! I've said it once, and I can say it again. You remember that piece there was in all the London papers about Toddy Van Ryter founding the silks? Well, I clipped that out and mailed it to Toddy and told him I'd had it put in all the London papers because he was a young man trying to get along, and I wanted to do him a good turn. At the same time, and mark this, Bill, always bearing in mind the word Alhambra, at the same time I asked him to lend me 100 smackers. And what ensued? He sent 'em. They arrived this morning. And that's what I say to you. And I want to lay stress on this, Bill, that anyone who thinks that just because I've been having a bite of supper, I can't say the word Alhambra, lies, said Judson, waving his hand spaciously and restoring his balance by a swift snatch at the hat stand. "In his teeth. And you know as well as I do, Bill, that it's the worst possible thing to lie in your teeth, because 4 in every 5 will get pyorrhea." "You'd better go to bed," said Bill. "I will," agreed Judson, with a sage nod of his smart business head. "That's just one little thing that I will do. I'd like," he went on, eyeing the hat stand with sudden truculence, "to see the man who will stop me going to bed. That's me, blunt and straightforward, and if people don't like it, they can do the other thing. I'm going to bed, just like that." "This way," said Bill. "Watch your step." "Funny you should have said that, Bill, old man," chuckled Judson. "It's just what that girl said, the girl I met at the Alhow." He halted. "Bill, there's something at the back of my mind that I want to tell you, something important, but what is it? There you have me. But it'll come back. Oh, yes, it'll come back. Never forget that, Bill. However black the sky, however dark the outlook, it'll come back. It'll come. Well, good night, Bill, old man. Mustn't keep me up," said Judson, and with a brief Alhambra vanished into his room. Daylight was now streaming pinkly in through the window, and the bird population of Battersea Park had begun to greet it with a vociferous chirping. The light and the noise combined prevented Bill from dropping off to sleep, which was just as well, for an hour later his door opened and Judson made his appearance, clad now in a suit of blue pajamas. "Just looking in to tell you that thing I forgot," said Judson. "It came to me in a flash only half a minute ago." "Well?" Judson plunged into thoughtful silence for a moment. Sorry," he said. "Forgotten it again. Good night, old man." He retired. Bill closed his eyes, and after what seemed the lapse of a few minutes, awoke to find that the morning was well advanced, so well advanced that he could hear down the passage, as he opened his door, the pleasing sound of one who prepared breakfast. He made his way to the bathroom, to the accompaniment of a musical snoring from behind Judson's closed door. It was only after Bill had finished breakfast and was reading the Sunday papers that the heir of the Conkers presented himself. A trifle pale, he seemed nevertheless in far better condition than one meeting him some hours back would have supposed possible. His mental equilibrium also seemed to have re-established itself. He bade Bill a subdued but friendly good morning, and drank 4 cups of coffee in rapid succession. "Did I dream it?" he said, "or did I make a certain amount of noise coming in last night? Seem to remember crashing into something." "That was when you upset the hat stand." "The hat stand!" said Judson, pleased. "That was the clue I wanted. Now it all comes back to me. How much did I tell you, old man, when I came in? Or didn't I? I seem to remember having a chat with you." "You told me Toddy Van Reiter had sent you $100. "That's right." Judson helped himself to more coffee, but declined with a gentle shake of the head and the soft, sad smile of a suffering saint Bill's offer of scrambled eggs. "In fact," he confessed, with reference to these wholesome foodstuffs, "I don't believe I can even stand a sight of them. You might put a paper up in front of your plate, Bill. Thanks. It's funny about eggs on the morning after. They sort of look at you." He drank deeply from his coffee cup. "Well, now, let's see. Did I tell you about taking Prudence Stryker to supper?" "You told me you took someone to supper." "That's right. Prudence Stryker, the girl I pointed out to you, a dear old pal of mine back in New York. Remind me sometime to tell you about the night she and I and Jimmy Boole and Freddie Osgood—" "Thanks," said Bill. "You told me about that at the Alhambra." "Did I? Oh, well, there she was, prancing about on the stage last night. And after the show, I popped round and took her out for a bite of supper. We had quite a good time." "So I gathered." "Got in with a bunch of hearty mixers and went on to a fellow's apartment. Just a nice home evening. It wasn't till about 3:30 in the morning that the people in the apartment below sent for the police. Well, what I'm trying to tell you, Bill, is that Prudence handed me a bit of information that's going to send you singing up and down Battersea Park Road. I meant to tell you last night, only it slipped my memory." "You're sure you remember it now?" "I certainly do. It was about that mutt, Slingsby." "Slingsby?" Bill laid down his knife and fork, the better to attend. For the first time he permitted himself to hope that this news of Judson's might really be of importance. "How does Slingsby come into it?" Judson shook his head sadly, as one mourning over the wickedness of the world. "Slingsby treated that poor girl darned badly, Bill, old man. I didn't get an absolute stranglehold on the facts of the case, because, between ourselves, I wasn't feeling as bright as I could have wished at the moment. But I did get on to this, that Prudence and this fellow Slingsby were extremely matey for quite a time, and then he sneaked off and started going around with a girl from the Gaiety. And one thing leading to another, Prudence did the square, straightforward thing by blacking his eye and passing out of his life forever." "She blacked his eye? Then that was—" "Exactly. It happened the night before Flick went to work in his office. But that's neither here nor there, old man. I'm coming to the really important part. We, somehow or other, got talking about you, and I mentioned that you were old Paradine's nephew and had come over to London to try to find out why the profits on the old boy's business had fallen off. And then she said that you were just the fellow she wanted to meet, because she could put you wise to where the dirty work was." Bill sat up excitedly. "There really has been dirty work?" As far as I could gather from Prudence, it has been running on all 6 cylinders for years. And here's the point. I was verging on a state which you might call pie-eyed when she told me, but I gathered this much, that one night Slingsby, who must have been pretty well tanked himself to do such a bonehead thing, confided the whole business to her, told her everything, old man, where the body was buried and all about it. The way fellas you would ordinarily think darned shrewd, level-headed birds make goofs of themselves with women beats me. Look at Samson, or Mark Antony, for the matter of that. The bigger they are, sighed Judson, the harder they fall. But what was it? What has Slingsby been up to? Ah, now that, said Judson, she didn't tell me, because she's saving it up for you. She wants to give you the lowdown in person, so that you can hand it on to the old man, thereby doing Slingsby dirt and putting him where he belongs. I've arranged everything. You're to give her dinner tonight. Tonight? This very night. I'll come too, if you like. No, thanks. Sure? No trouble, you know. Quite sure, thanks. Very well, said Judson resignedly. Maybe you're right at that. He went on after a moment's meditation. The idea of a quiet evening and an early bed doesn't look so bad to me, I'm bound to admit. For some reason or other, I've got an odd sort of headachy feeling today. I guess it's the weather. Well, she will meet you at Mario's at 8:15. You can't miss her. Tall, dark, handsome girl, built rather on the lines of a motor truck. Mario's? Said Bill. No, hang it all, not Mario's. Eh, why not? Mario's is sacred. It was there that I dined with Flick the last time we had dinner together before she went off to America. You'll go to Mario's and like it, said Judson firmly. Good heavens, you can't expect the girl to start chopping and changing just to humor your whims. It's darned decent of her to take the trouble to meet you at all. Yes, admitted Bill, I suppose it is. 8:15 sharp in the lobby, then. You won't have any difficulty spotting her. She'll be wearing a red dress. She's rather Spanish in appearance, with great gleaming eyes and a good lot of teeth. Ugh. Eh? Said Judson sharply. Nothing. She's a thoroughly nice girl, full of pep. You'll like her. I will if she really tells me something important about Slingsby. Gosh, Juddy, do you realize that this may mean the straightening out of everything? If she can tell me as much as you think she can, I shall be in the strongest possible position with Uncle Cooley. Aces and eights, agreed Judson. And then I shall be able to take Flick away from those confounded people of hers and marry her without any more delay. Juddy, you don't know how I feel about Flick. She's like a wonderful inspiration. Sometimes, when I'm sitting all alone, I can see her face with those dear blue eyes of hers. Judson reached for the referee and hoisted it defensively in front of him. There are limits to the obligations of friendship. Some other time, old man, he said. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Bill the Conqueror by P.G. Wodehouse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sunday night at Mario's. The spirit of optimism and joviality, which has just been shown sweetening the daily round of No. 9 Marmont Mansions, Battersea, had found, during the week which had passed since Flick's arrival, no counterpart at Holly House, Wimbledon. In spite of the fact that the return of prodigals is almost proverbially associated with joyful revellings, and effervescent gaiety on the part of the whole strength of the company, with the possible exception of the fatted calf. Flick had found little to cheer her in the atmosphere of her revisited home, and day by day, in every way, she had had need to fill her mind with thoughts of Bill in order to prevent depression claiming her for its own. The lecture which her Aunt Frances had begun on the platform of Waterloo Station had continued intermittently throughout the week, and at 7 o'clock on Sunday evening it gushed up into such a freshet of eloquence that Mr. Sinclair Hammond, bursting the bonds of years, put his foot down and asserted himself with a mild man's impressive ferocity. "Flick," said Mr. Hammond, interrupting his wife's remarks in an odd, strained voice. "Yes, Uncle Sinclair?" "Just run away for a moment, will you?" Mrs. Hammond directed at him the gaze which had so often sent him cowering back among his books. But to-night it had no effect. Hell hath no fury like a mild and peace-loving man who has at last decided to give battle. And Mr. Hammond was strong with the strength of one who has been simmering for a week in a fury of suppressed animosity. Just as Bill West, another mild man, could be roused by a blow on the head with a stick, so could Sinclair Hammond be stirred to action by the spectacle of Flick, whom he loved, being talked to and talked at, and nagged and harried, and generally rendered miserable. "I am speaking to Felicia," said Mrs. Hammond frostily. "Get out, Flicky," said Mr. Hammond with a twisted half-smile, and Flick left the room. Mrs. Hammond turned majestically on her husband. Unlike the King of France, she had no one to warn her that this was no mere revolt, but a revolution, which was to destroy her supremacy in the home forever, and she endeavored to crush him in the old familiar way. "Be quiet," said Mr. Hammond, and Mrs. Hammond was quiet. "You've got to stop it, Francie," said Mr. Hammond mildly, but holding her with a glittering eye. "You've had plenty of time to say all there was any need to say on the subject of Flick's leaving home, and now you've finished. Do you understand? Definitely and completely finished. I won't have the poor kid worried any more, and to remove temptation from your path, I am now going to take her out to dinner somewhere. I am going to transport her to where there are lights and music and good dyspepsia-promoting food. The band will play, the lights will gleam. Who knows, I may even dance with her. And when we come home, probably at about 6 in the morning, you will welcome her with your famous smile. You will dig up a motherly embrace, and your pleasant chatter will deal exclusively with the brighter side of life. Do I make myself clear?" "But, Sinclair," protested Mrs. Hammond, and there was an awe-struck note of appeal in her voice, "you can't take Felicia out to dinner. George is coming to dinner." "Your brother George," said Mr. Hammond, "is a man whom in many ways I respect and admire, but as a dinner-table companion for Flick at this particular moment he fails to qualify. He would lecture Flick, and I do not intend to have her lectured." "But he will think it so odd if Felicia is not here to meet him," wailed Mrs. Hammond. Mr. Hammond kissed her affectionately on the forehead. He was very fond of Francie. "He may be able," said Mr. Hammond frivolously, "to get an article for Pike's Weekly out of it. Famous nieces who have behaved oddly to famous uncles. Well, I must be going up to dress. I suppose it means a white waistcoat." He sighed. "Ah, well, we must all make sacrifices in this world." He kissed Mrs. Hammond again and left the room, humming. "Flick," he called. Flick came out of the morning-room. "Flicky," said Mr. Hammond, "we're a couple of reckless young fellows out for a good time. How would you like to come and have dinner somewhere low and vulgar? Let's go to one of those night-clubs which are living hells, that Society Spice writes about." Flick gazed at him for a moment with an incredulous awe. Dearly as she loved her Uncle Sinclair, she had always recognized his limitations. And this was open rebellion. This was hoisting the skull and crossbones. "Wouldn't it be lovely?" she said wistfully. "It will be lovely," Mr. Hammond corrected. "But Uncle George is coming to dinner," Flick reminded him. "I know. Think how jolly it will be to revel in some gay cafe, and feel that Uncle George is sitting snugly all the while in yonder dining-room. It'll be like turning on the cold shower and standing over by the bathroom door, watching it." Flick hugged him. "You're a darling, Uncle Sinclair. Well, I got a kind of idea that a little change would do you no harm tonight. Where shall we go? Do you know a good hell?" "Let's go to Mario's." "Mario's, a new name to me, considering that I am one of the wild and depraved younger generation they are always writing about nowadays. I know very little of London's West End. Will it be devilish enough for me? I want a place where I can throw bread at people. How is the bread throwing at Mario's?" "Splendid. All the best shots go there. Mario's was the place where young Lord Trevelyan picked off 6 waiters with 6 consecutive rolls." "6?" said Mr. Hammond musingly. "Ah, well, we must see what we can do. But how do you come to know of this low resort?" "I went there once," Flick hesitated, "with somebody." "Oh? Ah," said Mr. Hammond. He scrutinized her a little closely, and his manner took on a certain gravity. "Who took you to Mario's, Flicky?" "Bill West, Mr. Paradine's nephew. You remember my telling you about him in the garden that day?" "I remember. So he is over in this country, and you have met him again?" "Yes." "Flicky," said Mr. Hammond, "I know you will think me an awful old bore, but I'm afraid I shall have to begin dinner by talking what you might call shop. You won't mind?" "I don't mind anything you do, Uncle Sinclair." "Right," said Mr. Hammond cheerfully. "I ought to get finished by about the fish course, and after that we'll start throwing bread. Were these waiters that Lord Trevelyan bagged sitting or on the wing?" "Rocketing." "Indeed?" said Mr. Hammond. "Well, well. We can only do our best. Hurry up and get some clothes on, Flicky. I'm off to dig my white waistcoat out of the mothballs." "Flag that waiter, old love," said Miss Prudence Stryker, indicating a sprinting martyr who was whizzing about among the crowded tables in his efforts to do the work of 2 ordinary men. "And remind him that when he was a little boy he promised to bring us a bottle of Lanson." Bill beamed politely and turned to do her behest. "Waiter!" "Louder!" recommended Miss Stryker. "Less of the Pekingese and a bit more of the bloodhound." "Waiter!" "That's better. You've got a nice voice. If you studied and had it developed, you'd make a good train announcer." Bill beamed again. It seemed to him that he had been beaming through a dreadful eternity. If it is true that a man may smile and be a villain, it is equally the case that he may beam, and yet be in an extremely acute state of discomfort. Bill was not enjoying his evening out at Mario's celebrated nightclub. even in the remote days when he had been wont to add his presence to those parties in New York of which Judson Coker had been the life and soul, Bill had never really derived much pleasure from this type of entertainment. Indeed, even before his mistaken infatuation for Alice Coker had turned his thoughts to deeper things, he had come quite definitely to the conclusion that parties bored him to extinction. To be at home at these bohemian revels, a man has to have a nimble wit. He must be a strong kidder, a good scout, and a great old josher, and must possess, in addition, an interior of cast steel and asbestos. Bill was deficient in all these qualities. His interior put up practically no resistance after the second or third cocktail, and no one was more keenly alive than he to the fact that he was a poor josher, an indifferent scout, and hardly to be reckoned a kidder at all by an impartial critic. The present occasion was proving even more exacting than those other orgies. Then he had been one of a crowd, while now he was in the position of having to shoulder the whole weight of the entertainment himself, and it had proved a considerable weight. Apart from the fact that the holy associations of the place made it distasteful for him to dine there with anybody but Flick, there was a flamboyant exuberance about Miss Prudence Stryker which had oppressed him from the very moment when she had sailed forward to meet him in the lobby. The accuracy of Judson's description of her had come home to him right from the start. Judson had said that she was built on the lines of a motor truck. She was. Judson had said that she would be wearing a red dress. She was, though the adjective was almost feeble. Judson had said that she was full of pep. This also was true. The only point on which Judson had gone astray was in his prediction that Bill would like Miss Stryker. He did not. He would have been hard put to it to name any other living person whom he disliked more. He disliked her large and gleaming eyes. He disliked her impressive physique. He disliked the tendency which she had developed as early as the soup course to address him as "Old Love." And most of all he disliked the way she bent forward and laughed merrily in his face, and her habit of pointing her witticisms by slapping him on the arm. As Mr. Wilfrid Slingsby had discovered at an earlier date, Prudence Stryker was a girl of muscle, and her slaps were like the kicks of a playful horse. Nevertheless, he persevered. Miss Stryker, whatever her surface faults, had one outstanding merit that eclipsed them all. She was the girl who knew where Mr. Slingsby had buried the body, and as such must be conciliated. So Bill, though speculating wanly as to what she would be like if the waiter ever brought that Lanson, brought the old bulldog courage of the West to bear, and set himself grimly to see the thing through. The exact nature of the body which Mr. Slingsby had buried refused to reveal itself. All through the age-long meal, Miss Stryker stoutly declined to talk what she described as business, confining herself to snappy anecdote and mirthful jest. All that Bill had gleaned by the time the coffee arrived was that Mr. Slingsby's secret was a pippin well worth waiting for. And in the interval of waiting he managed to achieve such a creditable imitation of a vivacious host that Miss Stryker formally stamped him with the seal of her approval as a good kid. And as everybody knows, it is but a step from being a good kid to being a good scout, and from there a mere amble to the giddy eminence of a great old josher. Shortly after Bill had reached the good scout stage, Miss Stryker expressed a desire to dance. Bill rose politely. The idea of dancing with his fair guest was one that filled him with loathing, but in pursuance of his policy of conciliation, he forced himself to do it. It was at the moment when they were circling round the room for the second time that Flick entered the restaurant with her Uncle Sinclair, and mounted the stairs that led to the balcony. As a vague concession to old-fashioned propriety, Mr. Hammond had decided on a table in the balcony, in preference to one on the main floor. The main floor, a glance told him, was infested to no little extent by brilliant creatures, who, while doubtless good-hearted and kind to their mothers, seemed to him better seen at a distance. The balcony, to which are banished those who visit Mario's without dressing, had the appearance of being 99% pure. His white waistcoat would be wasted there, but that could not be helped. How long Bill danced he could not have said. The process seemed interminable. From time to time the music would stop, and they would return for a brief instant to their table, only to spring up once more at the bidding of the saxophones. Eventually, however, just as he was beginning to feel that Miss Stryker's powerful form must be constructed of india-rubber, she confessed to a desire for temporary repose. They sat down, and Bill, feeling that if he missed this opportunity, another would not occur until he was too weary to understand what she said, leaned forward. "I wish you would tell me about Slingsby," he pleaded. "Want to know about that?" said Miss Stryker amiably. "I do, indeed." "Well, then, listen, kid," said Miss Stryker. "Here it comes." Bill hitched his chair a few inches nearer and beamed devotedly into her face. Miss Stryker, with a preliminary slap at his throbbing arm, began to speak. Mr. Hammond tugged at his waistcoat, which had grown mysteriously tight since its last public appearance, and looked down interestedly over the rail at the throng below. "Nothing in this modern life of ours, Flicky," he said, "is more significant than the attitude of the good and respectable towards Sunday evening. Places like this are the outward and visible signs of the inward and spiritual change that has taken place in the life of the English family. 20 years ago, a man of my decent stodginess and unblemished reputation would never have dreamed of moving out of his home on Sunday night. 20 years ago, I would have spent the concluding hours of the Sabbath surrounded by my loved ones beneath my own roof-tree. There would have been supper, consisting of rather red cold beef, rather wet salad, cold clammy apple pie, blancmange, and a very big, very yellow cheese. This would have been followed by hymns in the drawing-room, or, possibly, if our views were a little lax, by some round game played with pencils and pieces of paper. The fact that I am here, and strongly tempted to drop a sardine on the head of that bald gentleman down below, is due to what they call the march of progress." Mr. Hammond helped himself to hors d'oeuvres. "Having relieved myself of which prosy reflections," he said, "I will now turn the conversation to the subject of your previous visit to this place. How did you happen to come here?" "Bill brought me. He had been here once before with Mr. Slingsby, Mr. Paradine's manager in London." "And now about William," said Mr. Hammond. "Tell me all." Flick's kitten eyes searched his face gravely. She was wondering what would be the result if she really did tell him all, if she confided in him the twin facts that she loved Bill and that Bill loved her, and the additional fact that, as soon as ever he gave the word, she proposed to elope with him. Consideration for her Uncle Sinclair's feelings caused her to decide against this course. It would have been comforting to herself to pour out her secret, and she knew that she could have relied on him to keep it, but it would be at the expense of his peace of mind. Poor darling, how he would worry! "I happened to meet Bill the day I left home," she said, And so, you see, when I was by myself in London, I naturally saw quite a lot of him." "I see," said Mr. Hammond doubtfully. "I used to dine with him a good deal." "I see." "And one of the times he brought me here." Mr. Hammond crumbled his bread. "I seem to recollect your telling me in the garden that day that this William had been the ideal of your girlish dreams. Did he still exercise a spell when you met him again?" "He's very nice," said Flick guardedly. "You didn't tell him, I suppose, that you had once worshipped the ground he trod on?" "Bill was in love with somebody else when I met him again in London." Mr. Hammond looked relieved. "Ah," he said. "Madly and desperately," said Flick, bubbling. "He had 12 photographs of her in his sitting-room." Mr. Hammond's relief was now complete. He attacked his roast chicken with gusto. "I'm bound to admit, Flicky," he said, "that you've taken a weight off my mind. You may have suspected occasionally during the past few years that I am mildly fond of you. I am a battered old hulk, but with little to live for." "I thought you said you were one of the younger generation." "Never mind. For purposes of my big speech, I am a battered old hulk, with but little to live for, except the happiness of my golden-haired child." "I wish I had been your child," said Flick wistfully. "How simple everything would have been then, wouldn't it?" "If you mean that you would have twisted me round your finger even more easily than you do at present, you are probably right. I've been a good deal worried about you, my Flicky. I want to see you doing the right thing, and I've come to the conclusion that your marrying young Roderick will be the right thing. The mere fact that he will eventually inherit several £1,000,000 gives him a great glamour in my eyes. I never knew you were so sordid. If I loved a man, I wouldn't mind how poor he was." "Brave words, child. But never forget, poverty is the banana skin on the doorstep of romance. What are you gazing at so intensely? You have a spellbound look." Flick had been watching the gyrating couples on the floor below. She withdrew her gaze with a start as he spoke, and turned to him once more. Had Mr. Hammond been an observant man, he would have noticed that her eyes had widened into a curiously fixed stare, and that about the corners of her mouth there was an oddly pinched look. But he was not an observant man. Moreover, he was smoking now, and the cigar, which he had purchased in a somewhat doubting spirit, was proving of such rare excellence that his mood had become dreamy and introspective. "I was looking at those people down there dancing," said Flick. She seemed to speak with difficulty. "Weird creatures," said Mr. Hammond, puffing comfortably. Flick scrawled hieroglyphics on the tablecloth with nervous digs of her coffee-spoon. "Uncle Sinclair," she said at last, "I suppose men are always falling in love with girls." "It has been known to occur," admitted Mr. Hammond. "I mean thinking they are in love with girls, and really not being in love with any particular girl, but I don't know how to put it. I mean, there is a sort of man who might pretend he was in love with a girl, and really seem to mean it, and make her think he meant it, while all the while he was perfectly happy with other girls, and forgot all about her after they had been separated for a day or two." "I should imagine a great many young men were like that, unless they have changed a lot since my day. Constancy is a shy plant that blossoms only in the sunshine of middle age. Except, of course," added Mr. Hammond hastily, "in the case of a young fellow like Roderick. You wouldn't find him doing that sort of thing." "I wasn't thinking of Roderick," said Flick. She traced another intricate pattern on the tablecloth, the little muscles working about her mouth. "I suppose you're right, Uncle Sinclair." "In what respect?" "I mean, about being sensible. I suppose, well, what you'd call romance is rather silly, isn't it? And the only thing to do is to be sensible." "That is my opinion, given for what it is worth. Though, mind you, I don't think that you would have any cause to complain of lack of romance where Roderick was concerned. The boy drips with it. Look at that tie he wears." "If you were a girl, Uncle Sinclair, would you marry a man if you found out you couldn't trust him?" "What do you mean?" "Well, suppose someone had pretended that he was in love with you, and then you suddenly found out that all the time he was going about with other girls, dining with them and dancing and—" Flick shot a swift glance over the balcony rail, "and beaming up into their beastly faces as if he thought them the most wonderful thing in the world," she went on viciously. "Wouldn't that make you feel you had made a mistake?" Mr. Hammond patted her hand paternally. "Don't you worry, Flicky," he said. "Roderick isn't that sort of chap. Not that sort of chap at all. If he was, I would be the first to advise you to have nothing whatever to do with him. A fellow you can't trust isn't any good to anybody." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Bill the Conqueror by P.G. Wodehouse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Black Monday. To many people in this age of rush and hurry, indeed, one might say to most people, the early hours of Monday morning are the worst of the week, for it is then that the soul, enfeebled by the soft ease of Saturday afternoon and Sunday, winces painfully from the thought of resuming the white man's burden and going to work again. Mr. Wilfrid Slingsby, as he sat at breakfast in his house in Bruton Street on the morning after Bill's dinner with Miss Stryker, experienced nothing of this Monday feeling. Everything seemed to him for the best, in the best of all possible worlds. His eye was bright and his mind at peace as he ate his kidneys on toast and read the pile of morning papers heaped beside his plate. Most men are content with a single newspaper to help them through breakfast. Certain Sybarites read two. Mr. Slingsby's pile contained every journal published in London. Not a single sheet, however humble, was unrepresented in that mountain of literature. But his reading was that of a specialist. A glance at each periodical was enough for him before he threw it on the floor. Only one section of these papers interested him, that devoted to theatrical reviews. The previous Saturday night had seen the opening of a new and sprightly farce, Tell It to Papa, at the Bijou Theatre, and this had the distinction of being the first theatrical venture for which Mr. Slingsby had assumed sole financial responsibility, and it seemed from the papers today, as it had seemed from the Sunday papers yesterday, that he had stumbled upon a gold mine. Mr. Slingsby finished the last review and leaned back in his chair, a happy man. It is the dream of all those alchemists who dabble in theatrical ventures to discover one day the philosopher's stone, to produce a historic farce, one of those farces which flare over the horizon about once in every 20 years, and after a record-breaking career in London, go on running forever in the provinces. And this dream, judging from the criticisms of the press, taken in conjunction with the enthusiasm of the first-night audience, Mr. Slingsby seemed to have achieved. He finished his breakfast, smoked a leisurely cigar, and rang for his car to take him down to the city. Complete happiness was Mr. Slingsby's. no thought of any Damocles' sword suspended above his head came to mar his joy. From this day forward he was on velvet. He could abandon his commercial career and live the life of a leisured gentleman, confining his activities to smoking big cigars and telling dramatists that their second acts needed a lot of work done on them. As the car stopped outside his office building, his heart was leaping high. Larks did not actually sing in the sky above St. Mary Axe, but to Mr. Slingsby they seemed to be singing. So exalted was his mood that he beamed upon Henry the office boy like a father, and was in two minds about giving him half a crown. "Gentleman waiting to see you, sir," said Henry. "Gentleman, eh?" said Mr. Slingsby, almost adding tra-la-la. "Where is he?" "I showed him into your office, sir." "Quite right," chanted Mr. Slingsby, just managing to check his right foot from executing a dance step. "Any name?" "Mr. West, sir." "Mr. West, eh? Ah, Mr. West. Yes, yes." He curvetted into the private office. "Ah, West," said Mr. Slingsby jovially, while the air seemed to echo with the clash of cymbals and the note of flutes. "Hope I haven't kept you waiting." He had kept him waiting, but Bill did not mind that. Bill had come early and intended to stay late. "Good morning," he said frigidly. He wanted no friendly overtures from this blue-chinned man. He was about to execute the spiritual equivalent of hitting Mr. Slingsby over the head with a hatchet, and he resented the other's ebullient chumminess. "Sit down. Make yourself comfortable. Have a cigar," said Mr. Slingsby. Bill sat down, but waved away the proffered Corona. He waved it away with much the same cold aloofness which an executioner might have exhibited towards a cigar-case extended by a prisoner at the block. He was feeling like an executioner. The conversation which he had had at Mario's with Miss Stryker had made it plain to him that Mr. Slingsby had indeed revealed to that lady the location of the body's interment, and the body was one of such magnitude that he marvelled at any man, even when a good bit tanked and under the weakening influence of love, confiding such a secret to anybody. "I came here this morning," he began. "You weren't by any chance at the opening of Tell It to Papa at the Bijou on Saturday, were you?" interrupted Mr. Slingsby. "No," said Bill. "A riot, my dear fellow!" cried Mr. Slingsby. "A positive knockout. Not a single paper, either yesterday or this morning, that doesn't rave its head off. It's the first show I have ever owned outright, and it's the biggest winner since Charlie's Aunt. In fact, between ourselves, I shouldn't be surprised if it doesn't make even more money. Costs nothing to run, 3 acts with only 1 set, an ordinary interior, and looks like playing to capacity for a couple of years. It's a funny thing the way people let these gold mines slip away from them. I know for a certain fact that at least 6 managers turned it down cold. It was quite by accident that it came my way. But I know a good play when I see one, and the moment I read the first act— I may as well tell you right away," said Bill. "I knew I was on to a winner. Even then, of course, I didn't know how big it really was, but I knew it couldn't fail. There's one scene where the fellow loses his trousers." The mere accident of Mr. Slingsby pausing at this moment to relight his cigar enabled Bill to escape hearing the entire plot of Tell It to Papa, and to jerk the conversation back onto a business plane. He had an uncomfortable sense of being bustled and hurried as he began to speak, and this made it difficult for him to be as impressive as he could have wished. But he relied on the subject matter of his discourse to grip his audience. "I dined last night with Miss Prudence Stryker," he said, feeling that this was a statement which, if anything could, would divert Mr. Slingsby's mind from the humours of "Tell it to Papa." His confidence was justified. Mr. Slingsby let his cigar go out again and stared fixedly across the desk. Mr. Slingsby did not actually say, "Proceed. Your narrative interests me strangely," but the mere fact of his silence was enough to convince Bill that his attention was arrested. "And I may as well tell you," proceeded Bill severely, "that I know exactly what you've been up to." There was a weakness about the phrase which he did not like, but he had only just stopped himself saying, "I know all." "Ah?" said Mr. Slingsby. There was nothing tremulous about the hand that struck the match that lighted his cigar for the third time, nor did his voice express undue emotion, but his dark eyes were gleaming. "What do you know?" "I know that you are Higgins and Bennet." "Higgins and Bennet?" murmured Mr. Slingsby, bewildered. "Higgins and Bennet?" Bill had no patience with this childish attempt to evade the issue. "Yes, Higgins and Bennet," he repeated, "the mysterious firm that has been buying up all Uncle Cooley's wood pulp at the smallest possible prices. It was a nice, simple, ingenious trick, wasn't it? You get the job of London manager to Uncle Cooley, and then you start a firm under another name and sell all the stuff to yourself and sell it again to other firms at a handsome profit. I don't wonder you can afford to put on your tell fathers." "Not tell father, tell it to Papa. Much better title," corrected Mr. Slingsby. "Never mind that," said Bill sternly. "But it makes a difference," urged Mr. Slingsby. "You'd be surprised how many good shows have been killed by bad titles. You can see it for yourself if you think a minute. Tell it to Papa. It rolls off the tongue. It looks well on the billing. I didn't come here to discuss the titles of plays," said Bill. "What I want to know is what you intend to do about it." Mr. Slingsby's black eyebrows rose. "Do about it?" he said. "My dear fellow, what is there to do about it? There was always the chance of the thing coming out one of these days, and now apparently it has happened. You haven't got anything remotely resembling evidence as yet, of course, but unfortunately that doesn't matter. Now that you are on the track, you won't have any difficulty in getting evidence. I must clear out. That's plain enough. No argument about that." Bill was oppressed with a feeling that the scene was going all wrong. Even in this moment of his triumph, the other's personality was too strong for him, hardly in a less degree than on that other occasion when the blue-chinned one had trampled all over him at the luncheon-table. He felt himself a weak-kneed, diffident inferior. With an effort he forced himself to a spurt of truculence, sadly aware the while that it was not going to amount to anything. The second mate of a tramp steamer, or one of Miss Ethel M. Dell's more virile heroes, might have attempted truculence with Mr. Slingsby and got away with it, but Bill, even as he spoke, knew that he was not the man to do it. He did not even bother to bang the desk. "Clear out?" he said, in what he tried to make a hard and intimidating voice. It sounded to him like an apologetic bleat. "Suppose I have you arrested?" Mr. Slingsby looked at him with a pained incredulity. This, Mr. Slingsby seemed to think, judging from his expression, was simply asinine, mere babble from the sick-bed. "Have me arrested?" he said. "Talk sense. You don't suppose your uncle is going to thank you for making a public exposure of this business and getting him laughed at by everybody? He will be only too glad to have the whole thing hushed up." He eyed Bill as if he expected him to apologize, and such was his magnetism that Bill very nearly did. Mr. Slingsby summed up. "Never," he said severely, go into a thing of this sort unless you are prepared to have it slip up on you at a moment's notice." Bill just contrived to check himself from saying he wouldn't. "I had the sense to make all my preparations long ago. My money is invested in South American securities, and I shall take the next boat to Buenos Aires." He paused. "No," he went on, "I shall go to New York first and arrange for the production of Tell It to Papa. Tell me," he said, shelving the more trivial matter of his criminality, "you have lived in New York for a number of years. Who would you say was the best manager to go in with on the production of a nice, clean farce with only one interior set for the 3 acts? It doesn't need money spent on it. The thing takes care of itself. All I need is an honest man." Bill, routed and discomfited, rallied for a brief counterattack. "What do you want with an honest man?" he said bitterly. Mr. Slingsby was not to be jarred out of his geniality. "There's no need to be personal," he chided gently. "No need for any hard feelings. I'm the one who ought to be grumbling. You've spoiled as nice a little income for me as ever a man had. Fortunately, I can get on without it. Tell It to Papa is all I shall want for the rest of my life. You have no cause to be nasty. You have done pretty well for yourself. Old Paradine ought to come down handsome when you tell him. Besides, you've learned a very valuable lesson, one that ought to be a great help to you in your future life. Never," said Mr. Slingsby, and would have laid his hand on Bill's shoulder if the latter had not drawn coldly back, "never tell your business secrets to anybody. Anybody, mind. And, above all, never give yourself away in an effort to impress a girl with your smartness. It doesn't pay. In fact, better keep away from girls altogether. They're tricky propositions. No sense of honesty. Nothing fair and square about them. How was Prudence?" asked Mr. Slingsby chattily. Bill found himself saying that Miss Stryker had seemed pretty well. "Quite a nice girl in her way," said Mr. Slingsby tolerantly. "Beast of a temper, and inclined to be deceitful, but quite a good sort on the whole. I think I shall be able to give her the part of the maid in one of the touring companies of Tell It to Papa. And now, my dear fellow," he said, making a little rustle of dismissal among the papers on his desk, "I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to be going. I have a lot of cleaning up to do before I leave. By the way, it would be most kind of you if you didn't say anything about this little matter to your uncle before I sail. I shall be able to get Wednesday's boat. I should appreciate it extremely if you would postpone telling him till I've gone. There's just an outside chance that if I were actually ready to hand, so to speak, he might take it into his head to be vindictive. Better not tell him till I've gone, eh? What do you think?" "All right," said Bill. He had no notion why he said it, except that it was the only thing that he felt he could possibly say. "Capital!" said Mr. Slingsby, his excellent teeth gleaming in a delightful smile. "Well, good-bye, my dear fellow. I hope we shall meet again one of these days. Oh, before you go," he scribbled on a card, "take this," he said. "Give it to the house manager at the Bijou, and he'll fix you up with a couple of seats any night you want. Better, perhaps, not make it a Saturday. I know you'll like the show. Best second act that's ever been put on the stage." It was not till late in the afternoon that Bill returned to Marmont Mansions. The necessity of stopping dazedly at intervals rendered his progress westward slow, and by the time the lunch hour arrived he had not gone beyond the Strand. He turned into a quiet restaurant, and the effect of the meal was so curative that he emerged again in a state of cheerfulness almost rivaling that of Mr. Slingsby. He perceived that the impact of the other's powerful personality had led him to ignore the really vital fact. Whether Wilfrid Slingsby was crushed or defiant was immaterial. Whether he stayed in or out of jail made no difference whatever. Crushed, defiant, free, or in broad arrows, Mr. Slingsby had played his part. Whatever his demerits as a man, Wilfrid Slingsby had made it possible for him to do Mr. Paradine a momentous service. He had made it possible for him to achieve what he had come to London to do. Yes, Uncle Cooley could hardly overlook a service like this. Now, surely, he must, as Mr. Slingsby had suggested, come down handsome. And if he did, why then the last obstacle between himself and Flick was removed. Through a world ringing with joy bells, Bill made his way to Marmont Mansions and floated airily up the stairs into his sitting-room. There was a letter lying on the table, and the joy bells seemed to ring louder than ever as he recognized Flick's handwriting. He tore it open. The joy bells stopped as if they had been turned off with a switch. He collapsed onto the settee. There was a strange buzzing in his ears. The opposite wall seemed far away and obscured by a mist. At the pit of his stomach was a dull, aching feeling, as though some unseen hand had smitten him with violence. He reread the letter. There must be some mistake. Mistake! That was what the letter said. Feel we have made a mistake. Sure we should only be unhappy. Marry Roderick on Wednesday. Only thing to do. And for this extraordinary, this ghastly, this unbelievable change of heart, she gave no reason whatever. Bill stared before him, and the room grew darker and darker. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Bill the Conqueror by P.G. Wodehouse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bill trespasses. The garden of Holly House slumbered in the moonlight. Trees threw dark shadows across the lawn, and in the bushes little breezes went whispering to and fro. To any man strolling there with his mind at rest, the place would have seemed a magic haven of peace. But on Bill, lurking warily in the shelter of the shrubbery, its romantic appeal was wasted. His mind was far from being at rest. It was with no vague intention of hanging about in the darkness and keeping a sentimental watch on lighted windows that Bill had come to the garden this time. He was here tonight as the man of action. Hours of concentrated brooding over Flick's letter had brought him to the conclusion that it was an inspired letter, probably dictated word for word, with all the commas and full stops complete, by that repellent woman who had forced them asunder in Waterloo Station. Yes, the more Bill thought about it, the more definitely he seemed to see in that letter the hand of the demon aunt. No man of action embarks on any enterprise without a settled plan. Bill had a settled plan. It involved the cooperation of one of the minor domestics of the Hammond household, and it was in quest of such a domestic that he had taken up his present position in the middle of a laurel bush, facing the side of the house. He had reasoned the thing out. It would be useless to attempt to communicate with Flick through the ordinary medium of the post. A woman like that Waterloo Station woman, brimming over, as that brief glimpse of her had told him, with the lowest and most criminal cunning, would undoubtedly be exercising supervision over Flick's correspondence. She would be watching for the postman like a bird dog, all ready to intercept letters. As for district messenger boys, it would be a sheer waste of money to employ them. No, the only thing to do was to lurk about here until one of the servants came out for a breath of air, and then collar him or her, and bribe her or him with untold gold, to convey secretly to Flick the note which even now was burning holes in his left breast pocket. It was a good letter. The writing of it had occupied an hour and a half, but the results had justified the toil. In 6 closely filled sheets, it told all that there was to tell about his undying love, explained the roseate aspect of the situation as regarded the future, when Uncle Cooley should have been informed of the Slingsby matter, and sketched out in detail a scheme for Flick to leave home privily next day, meet him under the clock at Charing Cross, and proceed with him to the registry office, where he had made all arrangements for their immediate marriage. In the whole annals of love correspondence, there had probably never been a letter which so nicely combined the fervent and the practical, and all that was needed now was a messenger to take it to her. But the charms of the moonlit garden, obvious though they should have been, appeared to have no appeal for the domestic staff of Holly House. The breezes chuckled in the bushes, the moonbeams danced on the lawn, invisible flowers filled the air with a languorous scent. But not even a knife-and-boot boy was lured out of that back door. Little by little, as he kept shifting his position to avoid cramp, Bill began to be filled with sneering and contemptuous thoughts towards the British domestic. He seemed to picture these degraded creatures huddled together on this divine night, in a stuffy kitchen, with all the windows shut and the fire going full blast, talking about the movies, or reading forget-me-not novelettes. And finally, after a distant clock had twice struck the hour, the strain of this waiting became too much for him. He burst from the bushes and marched up to the front door. A long interval followed his ringing of the bell. Then a parlour-maid appeared. Bill, who had anticipated a butler and had been wondering if the latter would remember having seen him before, experienced a momentary relief, and had even got so far as feeling that here was the minor domestic for whom he had been waiting all these weary hours, when he caught sight of the girl's face, and immediately withdrew the fingers that were fumbling in his pocket for the note. She wore spectacles, and through these her eyes seemed to glitter with so austere a light that he suspected her instantly of being a minion, probably the demon aunt's right-hand woman. Nevertheless, it being necessary to render some explanation of his presence, he plunged boldly ahead. "I want to see Miss Sheridan," he said. The spectacles raked him with what seemed a shocked incredulity. The parlour-maid had the air of one who has been reading books of etiquette, and is cognizant of the fact that calls upon young ladies at such an hour of the night are among the things that are not done. She made Bill feel like the villain of a "What is wrong with this picture?" advertisement. "Miss Sheridan is not at home, sir," she replied in a voice of ice. "Can I see Mr. Paradine?" "Mr. Paradine is not at home, sir." She eyed Bill with critical spectacles, and went through the first stages of closing the door. Nor can we in justice blame her. Bill's vigil in the bushes had left him a good deal dishevelled, and far from the sort of person one likes to find on one's front doorstep after dark. "They've all gone to the theatre." This was true. It had occurred to the amiable Mr. Hammond that Flick was looking pensive and depressed, and he had continued his good ministrations on her behalf by suggesting a dinner in town and a visit to the theatre. And it was part of the irony which so marks mundane affairs that the manager enriched by the expedition was Mr. Wilfrid Slingsby, for it was at the Bijou Theatre that they had taken a box. To Bill, however, there seemed no truth whatever in the statement. Its obvious falsity confirmed him in his opinion that this woman was a mere instrument of Flick's Aunt Frances. He withdrew sullenly as the door closed, and after pausing for several moments in deep thought on the drive, sneaked around the corner of the house and hid himself once more in the bushes. There was no need to be discouraged by a single parlour-maid. A big house like this would have all sorts of servants, and at any moment one of a more benevolent disposition might pop out. He snuggled into his laurel bush and waited. He had been waiting some 10 minutes when there suddenly came to him something that was practically an inspiration. On the night when he had taken refuge on top of that outhouse roof, Flick, he now recollected, had come climbing down her knotted sheet from a window immediately above it, presumably that of her bedroom. Silly of him not to think of that before. All he had to do was to locate that outhouse, climb onto its roof, and there he would be. If there was a light in the window, he could whistle softly till she appeared. And if the darkness showed that she was not there, he could put the letter with a good-sized stone in his handkerchief and hurl the whole package in for her to find when she went to bed. He wasted no more time. Extricating himself from the bush, he made his way round the house. There was his roof, just as he had left it. So far, good. But the window above it was dark. He groped about for a stone, found one, and was wrapping up his parcel, when from somewhere above his head there came the sound of a window opening, followed by a soft but penetrating "Hey!" A man who has been subjected to the amount of nervous strain which Bill had had to undergo that day is in no mood to have "Hey!" said to him out of upper windows when he is trespassing in hostile gardens. Bill bit his tongue, dropped the stone and the note, and leaped sideways into the shadow of the outhouse. There he waited, holding his breath, for the drama to develop. It now became apparent that only his guilty conscience had led him to suppose that he was the person whom the mysterious voice had addressed, for at this moment there sounded from the darkness to his left a sharp whistle, and he perceived that he was not the only trespasser in this garden. The breeze, which for some time had been freshening, now began to blow strongly, shredding away the bank of clouds which had covered the moon, and illuminating the scene as if a spotlight had been turned on. He himself was in the shadow of the outhouse, but beyond this little pool of gloom the garden was bright, and he saw all things clearly. Out of the window, easily recognizable in the silver glow, protruded the head and shoulders of his uncle's adopted son, Horace, while below, his large feet ruthlessly trampling some choice begonias, stood a squat, burly figure, the figure of a man whom Bill did not know, and with whom, if he had had his choice, he would have been loath ever to become acquainted. For, as plainly as if he had carried a sign, this man wore the word "Plug Ugly" written all over him. We, who have met Joe the Dip at close quarters in the light of the sun, know that he was not one of nature's beauty prize winners. Seen at night, he was a human gargoyle. The boy Horace was leaning farther out of the window. "I've got 'em," he said. The wind was now blowing so strongly as to render whispering impossible, and Horace's chest notes came plainly to Bill's ears, as did the Plug Ugly's response. "Good enough," said the Plug Ugly. "Drop 'em down." For the first time, on hearing these words, Bill, though still at a loss to know what all this was about, became convinced that dark deeds were in progress. Possibly the interview with Mr. Slingsby had blunted his genial trust in human honesty. At any rate, he needed no further words to tell him that sinister things were toward, and this was fortunate, for there were no further words. Horace reached back into the room, leaned forward again, balancing in his hands some solid object that looked like a bag, and dropped this into the depths, where it was neatly caught by the Plug Ugly. The boy then retired and closed the window, and the Plug Ugly, hereinafter to be called Joe the Dip, trampled down a few more begonias and began to steal down the path that led past Bill's hiding place. He had arrived abreast of him when the latter spoke. "Stop," said Bill. "What have you got there?" In the normal round of his everyday life, Joe the Dip was a man of phlegmatic habit. It took a good deal to stir him to any exhibition of mental distress more marked than the quiver of a raised eyebrow. But this was something special. It got right into his emotions and churned them up. With a single startled yelp of dismay, he looked once over his shoulder and then began to pound off across the lawn as fast as his ample feet would take him. It was a futile move. Even under ordinary conditions, Bill could have given him 50 yards in 100 and won comfortably. And now the welcome prospect of action, coming after his long, tedious wait in the bushes, made him a super sprinter. Joe, moreover, was hampered by a heavy bag. The race ended halfway across the lawn, where Joe, feeling the hot breath of the pursuer on his neck, turned at bay. He dropped the bag and flung himself on Bill. Nothing could have been more admirably suited to the latter's frame of mind. Joe, standing beneath the window in the moonlight, had looked an ugly customer, but that did not damp his ardor. Bill had had a trying day, and what he felt at that moment was that they could not come too ugly for him. At the precise moment when Joe's clutching fingers closed upon his throat, he induced him to relax them with a short, sharp uppercut, which, from the click which followed its delivery, appeared to have landed squarely on the spot where it was calculated to do most good. There ensued a scrambling flurry of blows at close quarters, and then Joe, securing a grip, swung Bill off his feet, and they fell together. And for some moments matters became confused, with Joe in the ascendant. But every fighter has his weak spot. With some it is a too fragile jaw, while others have a finicky distaste for being hit on the nose. Achilles, it will be remembered, could stand little punishment on the heel. None of these weaknesses impaired the efficiency as a fighting machine of Joe the Dip. Strong men with hammers could hit him on the nose and accomplish nothing, nor was it easy to discourage him by buffets on the jawbone. Nevertheless, he was but human. He had his danger spot, and it was one which had frequently undone him in the rough and tumbles of his colorful past. He was extraordinarily ticklish. You had but to prod Joe with a sharp finger, and he became a spent force. And this was what Bill did now, purely by chance, as he strove to overcome him in the wrestle. His wandering fingers suddenly roamed searchingly over his adversary's ribs, and on the instant Joe wrenched himself free with a stifled howl and staggered to his feet. Bill also rose. There was nothing in his acquaintance with Joe that led him to suppose that it was safe to remain on the ground while the latter was standing. He jumped up, and from that instant the tide of battle began to turn. Joe was a massive rather than a nimble fighter. When it came to long-range exchanges, he was at a disadvantage. The wind had dropped now as suddenly as it had risen, and clouds once more covered the moon, but there still remained enough light for Bill's purposes. He slid in and jabbed Joe in the eye. He swung forcefully and felt Joe's cauliflower ear yield squashily under his fist. He slid in once more and smote Joe on the other eye, and it was this last blow, delivered with all the violence of one who had had a morning with Wilfred Slingsby, an afternoon with Flick's letter, and a night in the bushes of Hollyhouse, that decided the issue. It seemed to lend the final touch to Joe's discouragement. Staggering back, he prolonged his stagger till it became a run. Then, making for the shrubbery, he cast himself into it, and working his way round till he came out into the open, took to his heels and passed out of Bill's life forever. Bill stood panting. This little turn-up had done him a world of good. He felt happy and invigorated. Dismissing his late opponent from the scheme of things, he picked up the bag and went back to the outhouse to find the letter he had dropped, and it was here that he received the final shock of this disturbing day. The letter was not there, nor was his handkerchief. Both had been swept away into the darkness by that unfriendly wind. Bill searched well and thoroughly, but he could not search the whole garden, and gradually there stole upon him a sense of discouragement, as poignant as that which he had caused Joe the Dip to feel in the concluding stages of their little disagreement. He was beaten. Fate was against him, and there was no use struggling. He slouched brokenly through the garden, out into the road, slouched half a mile down the road till he met a taxicab, and climbing wearily in, drove back to Marmont Mansions, where Judson greeted him with frank amazement. "What on earth," Judson exclaimed, "have you been doing to your face, Bill, old man?" Bill had not been conscious of anything amiss with his face. A glance at the mirror now revealed surprising wounds. Judging from the evidence, at least one of Joe's wandering wallops must have got home on his nose. He placed the bag on the table and went off to the bathroom. When he returned, cleansed and refreshed, he found that Judson's simple curiosity had led him to open the bag. "What are you doing with all these old books, Bill?" "Books?" Bill began to understand. He told his story briefly. "That kid must be one of a gang of crooks," he said. "He certainly dropped that bag out of window to the fellow I had the scrap with." Joyous excitement lit up Judson's speaking countenance. "Why, good gosh, Bill, old man," he cried, "this is the most amazing bit of luck that ever happened. Old Paradine can't, in common decency, do less than slip you half his fortune now. He's a nut about books. Many a time has my old father bored me stiff with stories about his library. If ever there was a blue-eyed boy, you will be it, once he hears about this. Make your terms stiff, Bill, old man. Slip it into his ribs. Don't weaken. He ought to give you $500,000 a year for this." "And a lot of good that will be," grunted Bill moodily. "Flick's marrying Roderick Pike the day after tomorrow." "What? But I thought she was going to marry you." "Well, she isn't. They've been getting at her, I suppose. I had a letter from her. That's why I went to Holly House. I thought I might be able to see her, or at any rate get word to her." Judson's jaw had fallen. This calamity was affecting him deeply. "Flick," he cried, "marry that bird who said Toddy Von Reiter found the silks? Not while I have my strength." "What are you going to do about it?" said Bill wearily. "Do about it? Do about it?" boomed Judson. "Do about it? Why—" He paused reflectively. "Well, I'm darned if I know." End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Bill the Conqueror by P.G. Wodehouse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 6 pennyworth of rice. Wednesday morning, 11 o'clock, and a fair, fresh day, with a cheerful little breeze nipping along from the southeast. Placid, stolid, wrapped up in its own affairs, and titanically indifferent to all else, London went about its daily business. From Putney to Sloane Square, from Cricklewood to Regent Street, from Sydenham Hill to the Strand, from everywhere to everywhere, red, yellow, and maroon omnibuses clattered without ceasing. policemen guarded the peace, stockbrokers dealt in stocks, beggars begged, hatters sold hats, loafers loafed, spatters sold spats, motors rolled in the park, paper boys hawked the 3 o'clock editions of the evening papers, and retired colonels sat spaciously in the club windows fronting on Piccadilly and Pall Mall, dreaming of lunch. The only things in all the great metropolis that even hinted that this was not just one of London's ordinary days were the striped awning stretched over the pavement in front of St. Peter's, Eaton Square, and the strip of red carpet which the awning shadowed, portents which indicated clearly to the cognoscenti that a marriage had been arranged and would shortly take place beneath that church's famous roof. In addition to Bill, who was dressed in quiet gray picked out with a twill of invisible red, and accompanied by Bob the Celium, wearing a tan-colored leash and a splash of mud on the tip of his nose, the cognoscenti, already assembled on each side of the awning, consisted of the usual group of old women discussing other weddings they had seen in their time, the usual seedy men chatting in undertones about snips and winners, and the usual baby asleep in a perambulator, without whom this kind of gathering never seems complete. These would stand round, gaping, until the bride and bridegroom emerged, when they would potter off to reassemble at the next wedding that happened along. Of all those present, Bill alone had come to this spot with a motive other than that of mere idle sight-seeing. But what that motive was, he would have found it difficult to explain. He certainly expected to derive no pleasure from watching Flick go into that church and come out again on the arm of her husband, not even the mild and vacuous pleasure which the old women and the seedy men would experience. No, it would be sheer torture to witness this ghastly thing. And yet he knew that strong men with ropes would not have kept him away. There is a deep-seated instinct in all human beings that prompts them to twist the knife in the wound and make things as unpleasant for themselves as possible. And it was this instinct that Bill was obeying. And even now, before any of the wedding party had appeared, he was not, in the loosest sense of the word, enjoying himself. The struggles of Bob the Celium alone would have prevented that. Bob was taking this business of waiting hardly. His dog soul was seething in rebellion, for he considered that he had been cheated and imposed upon. Observing Bill leaving the flat, he had slipped adroitly through the door at the last moment and asked quite civilly to be taken for a walk. To this proposition Bill had apparently agreed, and they had started out perfectly normally and all quite in order. And now here he had been for 20 minutes, marooned in the middle of this beastly pavement, unable to move more than a couple of yards in any direction. And he was beginning to feel that this was going on forever. He expressed his resentment, accordingly, by a series of determined efforts to strangle himself on the end of his leash, weaving the leash about Bill's leg in order to get a better purchase. And it was during the last of these attempts at suicide that the cheerful little breeze, whipping round the corner of the street, removed the latter's hat and sent it trundling across the square. To Bill's deeper sorrows, therefore, there was now added the misery of being conspicuous and an object of derision in the eyes of the hoi polloi. Of all spectacles that enchant a simple-minded London audience, that of a man chasing his hat on a windy day is the most exhilarating. And when, in addition to chasing his hat, the man is in imminent danger of being tripped up by a frolicking dog, their enjoyment becomes complete. Bill's little entertainment went with a roar, and when he returned, hatted once more and full of hard feelings towards his species, his chagrin was deepened by the discovery that in the interval of his occupation elsewhere, Flick had arrived and gone into the church. The cognoscenti, when he rejoined their ranks, were already engaged in discussing her and comparing her with other brides of their distant acquaintance. The notices on the whole were favorable. One lady in a cloth cap and a cavalry mustache said she liked 'em plumper, but with this exception Flick had a good press. Adverse criticisms were reserved for the appearance of her paw. Bill, knowing that Flick possessed no paw, took this gentleman to be her Uncle Sinclair, to whom doubtless would have been assigned the task of giving away the bride. He had not gone very well with the critics. Indeed, there was one man in a sweater and a dented bowler hat who grew almost caustic in the subject of Mr. Hammond's trouser crease. "Where's the groom?" inquired the lady whom Flick's figure had displeased. "He's late." "Of course he's late," rejoined one who knew about these things. "Only natural he'd let her get there first," he explained, apparently with some recollection in his mind of the habits of boxers. "Looked a bit pale, I thought she did," ventured a rather diffident voice. The speaker seemed to be a comparative novice at these affairs, and a little conscious of the weakness of his position in the midst of these experts. "They always look pale," said the man who knew, coldly. "Besides, I reckon you'd look pale if you was properly up against it like her. I seen a picture of him in the Record this morning. Nasty-looking bloke." "Yes." The man of knowledge was not one of your broad-minded fellows who are able to make allowances for the alterations which reproduction in a cheap morning paper can effect in the human countenance. The fact that nobody could possibly really look as villainous as Roderick had done in the Record did not occur to him. "A nasty, mean-looking bloke, with a smudge across his face. If you ask me, I think he'll beat her." Bill could endure no more. 3 courses suggested themselves to him: to go away, to knock the speaker down and trample upon his remains, and to go into the church and sit there. And because it was the unpleasantest and would make his torments the most complete, he chose the last. He made his way through the square, found a handy tobacconist's, purchased an ounce of tobacco in a forbidding wrapper, and, on the strength of this business deal, left Bob in charge of the man behind the counter, then walked out of the shop, threw away the tobacco, and, returning to the church, strode boldly in and sank into the nearest pew. It was dim and cool and rustling in here, and quite against his wishes a feeling of peace was beginning to steal over Bill, when he was roused to wrath once more by a voice breathing delicately in his ear. "Ticket?" whispered the voice. It was a pink youth who looked hot and uncomfortable. The scowl which Bill bestowed upon him was so fierce and so packed with hatred, malice, and uncharitableness that his heat and discomfort seemed to grow even greater, and after backing a pace and blinking, he finally decided to withdraw from the affair. The idea of a man in a gray suit and minus a ticket being at a wedding of any importance offended all his finest feelings. But even had the edifice he was in been of a less sacred character, Bill had not the appearance of one with whom it would be agreeable to wrangle. Gray suits always make a big man look bigger, and Bill's suit was very gray. Bill sat on. After one startled glance at his suit, the congregation appeared to have come to the conclusion that he was just one of the myriad sights of a great city, and gave him no further attention. He plunged into mournful meditation. Whispering had begun. The atmosphere had become suddenly disturbed and restless. It was a long time before Bill, deep in his thoughts, roused himself to observe this. But once it had come to his notice, it was unmistakable. People were murmuring with their heads together. People were shuffling. Plainly, something was wrong. An important-looking man with a badge pinned to his coat came down the aisle. He stopped and whispered sibilantly in the ear of an ornate woman in the pew in front of Bill's. The woman uttered an astonished squeak.
Postponed?
The man with the badge nodded solemnly. There was more whispering.
Then it's no use waiting,
said the woman.
None,
said the man with the badge. Others had apparently received the same information. The church was beginning to empty itself. Bill added himself to the stream and was presently outside in the square, where disappointed and perplexed cognoscenti gaped in amazement at this strange anticlimax. They had been to many weddings in their time, but they had never yet been to one where nobody got married. Bill sought his hospitable tobacconist, retrieved Bob, and began to walk aimlessly back. He was passing under the awning when a hand touched his arm, and turning, he perceived Judson. Judson was looking intensely serious. His face was pasty and his eyes heavy, and it suddenly came to Bill that he had not seen the heir of the Cokers since they had dined together at 8 o'clock on the previous night. A man in Bill's position cannot think of everything, and one of the things to which he had not given a thought was Judson. He remembered now that the other had slipped out soon after dinner for what he described as a quiet stroll. That stroll had apparently lasted all night.
"Wedding off?"
said Judson.
"There seems to have been a hitch of some sort,"
said Bill. Judson smiled. It was a smile that seemed to cause him some difficulty and even pain, but there was triumph in it.
"You bet there's been a hitch," he said. "I popped round last night and kidnapped the bridegroom."
Judson stooped and began to tickle the Celium, who was wiping his front feet affectionately on the leg of his trousers.
"Kidnapped him?"
cried Bill. His companion's statement had been plain and straightforward, and yet he found himself puzzling dizzily over it, as over some strange cryptogram.
"Kidnapped him?"
Judson removed his attention from Bob.
"Well, not exactly kidnapped him," he said. "It wasn't necessary. When I got to his apartment and put the thing to him as man to man, I found he wanted to kidnap himself. That made everything jolly and simple."
"I don't understand."
"What don't you understand, Bill, old man?"
said Judson patiently. He blinked in a pained way at a passing lorry which was rattling by in a noisy and uncouth manner, trying to a man who had had a disturbed night. "You went to Pike's apartment?"
"Yes."
The lorry was out of earshot now, and Judson felt more composed.
"After what you told me about Flick going to marry him, I instantly saw that it was necessary to take a strong line. I decided to slip round and threaten him with horrible penalties if he did not at once disappear. And it shows how you can misjudge a fellow. He turned out to be a capital bird, perfectly matey and an excellent host, but I didn't discover that till later, of course. He was out when I got there, but I managed to induce his valet to let me in, so I took a seat and waited. The valet, a most able man, asked me if I would like a drink. I said I would. I was having my third when the bimbo Pike arrived."
He paused, and again that look of pain passed over his face. This time it was caused by Bob, who barked suddenly and gratingly at a cat.
"Pike was considerably rattled at seeing me, but he calmed down after a while, and I got to business. I put it to him squarely. I said nobody was less fond of unpleasantness than I was, but if he didn't disappear, the worst would inevitably ensue. And bit by bit, Pillow Man, it came out that he was only too anxious to disappear. Nothing he wanted less than to marry Flick. It seems there's another girl. She used to be a stenographer or something in the Pike's weekly office, whom he has long loved in a manner. Well, He described his feelings to me, and believe me, he had got it bad."
"That must have been the girl I met him with in Battersea Park," said Bill.
"Very probably. If you met him with a girl in Battersea Park, this would be the girl you met him in Battersea Park with, because he told me he had been meeting her on the sly for weeks past. He would have bolted with her like a shot months ago, only he was scared stiff of his father. His father would be the bozo who pursued you in the car, I take it."
"Yes, Sir George Pike, Flick's uncle."
"Well, the old dad had apparently got him hypnotized. I reasoned with the man. More drinks were produced, and we began to do ourselves pretty well. And with each snifter he took, he seemed to come more and more round to my way of thinking. I've given up all that sort of thing now, but there's no doubt that, bad as it is for the constitution, there's nothing like a drop of drink for putting heart into a fellow. Round about 1 a.m, good old Pike had begun to walk up and down the room, and was talking about calling the old man up on the telephone and telling him just where he got off. 'No need to do that,' I said. 'Just disappear.' 'I will,' he said. 'That's right,' I said. 'You really think so?' he said. 'I certainly do,' I said. 'I ought to have done it before,' he said. 'Better late than never,' I said. It turned out that, as far as the money end of it was concerned, he was sitting very pretty. Some time ago, in order to do down the income tax people, old Pike had transferred a large mass of wealth to this bird's account, the understanding being that Roddy, I was calling him Roddy by this time, was to return it in due season. 'Be a man,' I said, 'collar the cash. Send a few wires of farewell and leg it for foreign parts.' He burst into tears, clasped my hand, and said that I was one of the masterminds of the age. In which, mark you, Bill, old man, he wasn't so darn far wrong, for if ever one fellow had given another fellow a bit of good advice, I had. He said that it was the dream of his life to go off to Italy and write poetry. How would it be, he said, to tool off to Florence or Naples or one of those wop spots? Then he could write to the girl to follow him out there, and they could get married and write poetry and eat spaghetti and live happily for the rest of their lives. I said it was the pippiest scheme of the age, a lollapalooza. And the long and the short of it is that he left on the 9 o'clock train to catch the boat at Dover. So that's that, Bill, old man."
Bill was beyond speech. He pressed Judson's hand silently. His faith in a great, coherent, purposeful plan governing this sometimes seemingly chaotic world of ours was completely restored. It was a splendid, beautifully managed world, a world in which even Judson had his uses.
"And now," proceeded Judson, "I come to the really important part. As I told you, we made a very fair night of it, and I left Roddy's apartment, after sleeping on the sofa, at about 9 this morning. I had a couple of hours to fill in before I came to find you here, and I was thinking of going and sitting down in the park. Well, I was going along the Brompton Road, headed for the park, when I happened to pass a building into which a good many people were popping, and I thought I might just as well sit down in there. It was becoming pretty necessary for me to sit down somewhere right away."
A large car had rolled up to the curb. Bill moved away a step to frustrate Bob's apparent intention of casting himself beneath the wheels.
"And I'm darned, Bill, old man," proceeded Judson earnestly, "if I didn't find myself right plumb spang in the middle of a temperance lecture. A nasty shock, but it was simply too much effort to get up and leave, so I stayed where I was. Bill, it was the luckiest thing I ever did in my life. Made me a different man. Absolutely and entirely a changed man. No more alcohol for me. I'm off the stuff for life. Give you my word, I hadn't the remotest conception till that moment what it did to a fellow. Makes your inside like a crumpled oak leaf. That's what it does. I always had the idea that it was a valuable stimulant and carminative medicinal, if you know what I mean. But when this bird shot a colored slide on the screen showing the liver of a hard drinker—"
Bill was looking past him with bulging eyes. A mourning-suited man of middle age and amiable aspect had come out of the church, and on this middle-aged man's arm walked a girl in bridal white. They crossed the pavement and entered the car.
"And after that," said Judson, "he took some worms and slipped him a stiff bracer. And believe me or believe me not, Bill, old man, what it did to them was plenty. All bright and chirpy those worms had been at the start. Jolly good fellows having one on the house. But the minute they had got that stuff well over the larynx—"
He broke off. His audience had deserted him. Bill, coming out of his trance, had become a thing of action. The car had begun to move off, when he darted forward, flung open the door, and without a word hurled himself in. Bob the Celium, trailing through the air on his leash like a kite, uttered a short strangled yelp of disapproval. "Flick!" said Bill, and for a space no more words were spoken. This was due principally to the behavior of the Celium. It had taken Bob a moment or two to get the hang of things. At first sniff, that wedding dress of Flick's had had a strange and misleading smell, but now recognition had come, and he was giving a spirited imitation of 6 Celiums enclosed in a single limousine. To leap up, lick Flick's face, leap back, kick Bill in the eye, leap up again, knock Mr. Hammond's hat off, and plunge panting stertorously towards Flick once more, was with him the work of a moment. He looked like one of those old-fashioned, shimmering motion pictures, and with this emotional exhibition coming on top of the natural surprise consequent upon Bill's intrusion, conversation was for some few moments at a standstill. Eventually Mr. Hammond, calm even in this crisis, retrieved his hat from the corner into which Bob had rolled it, and spoke, gazing mildly at Bill. "If you are looking for a cab, sir," he said pleasantly, "you will probably find one along the street." "Flick," said Bill, winding the leash round his fingers and pulling strongly, "I got your letter, but I understood exactly what had happened. I know that it must have been dictated by that infernal fat-headed aunt of yours." "My wife," observed Mr. Hammond in pleased recognition. "And, if it is not a rude question, who, in the name of goodness, are you?" A small voice spoke from the corner. "This is Bill West, Uncle Sinclair." There was a pause. "Flick," resumed Bill, "I was talking about that letter. I understood just why you had written it." "Did you see me?" said Flick, round-eyed. "See you? At Mario's?" A dizzy feeling began to grip Bill. "See you at Mario's? What do you mean?" "But you said you understood." Flick held her hands out to him with a little cry. "I don't care. I saw you with that girl, but I just don't care.
Take me away, Bill. I want you to take me away."
Bill took her hands mechanically.
"You saw me? Good heavens!" he exclaimed, enlightened. "You don't mean you saw me dining with that girl at Mario's on Sunday night?"
"Yes, but I don't care. I want you to take me away."
Bill slipped the leash into Mr. Hammond's hand. "Would you mind holding this animal for a moment?" he said. He gripped Flick's hands and drew her closer, oblivious of the keenly interested gaze of Mr. Hammond, who had just replaced the glasses which Bob had knocked off, and was scrutinizing him as though he were some rare first edition. "Flicky, my darling Flicky," he cried, "I can explain everything. I had to dine with that infernal girl. I hated it, but I had to go through with it. She knew all about Slingsby, and Judson met her and arranged this dinner so that she could tell me. And she told me. My gosh, she told me everything. I saw Slingsby next day and told him that I knew he had been swindling Uncle Cooley for years, and he has cleared out. And directly I tell Uncle Cooley, everything will be all right. He's sure to fix me up so that we can get married right away." Mr. Hammond coughed gently. "Is it your intention to marry my niece?" he asked interestedly. "Yes, it is," said Bill. He turned to Flick again. "Let's go right off, now, Flicky. Roderick's run off and is going to marry some girl who used to be a stenographer or something." "Well, well," said Mr. Hammond. "Tell me," he went on, turning to Bill, "you look extraordinarily like a young man who dropped in one night at Holly House some months ago and chased my nephew Roderick 16 times or so round the garden. Are you by any chance the same?" "That was me," said Bill. "Then it was you who were responsible for my brother-in-law, the eminent Sir George Pike, falling into the pond?" "I was." Mr. Hammond shook him warmly by the hand. "Take him, Flicky," he said. "I could wish you no better husband. Why, good heavens, a man who saved you from drowning, whose image you cherished in your heart through all those long weary years." He took up the speaking tube. "Yates," he said to the chauffeur, "do you know a good registry office?" He turned to Flick and Bill. "He says he does not." "There's one at 11 Beaumont Street, Pimlico," cried Bill enthusiastically. "Yates," said Mr. Hammond, speaking into the tube, "drive to number 11 Beaumont Street, Pimlico." He hung up the tube and leaned back. "Oh, Uncle Sinclair," said Flick breathlessly. "After the ceremony," said Mr. Hammond, "I think it would be judicious if you were to return home, Flick, if only for a day or so. It would be a little difficult for me to explain your absence this morning. Later on, the atmosphere may grow a trifle less tense." He took up the speaking tube again. "Yates," he said, "stop at the next grocer's you come to. I wish to buy 6 pennyworth of rice." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Bill the Conqueror by P.G. Wodehouse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Astonishing humility of an uncle. The sun of a fair summer afternoon shone upon St. Mary Axe. Mr. Cooley Paradine, alighting from his taxicab at the door of the building that housed the London branch of his pulp and paper business, climbed listlessly up the 3 flights of stairs. Niobe, mourning for the loss of her children, was no more pathetic figure than Mr. Paradine, grieving over the mysterious disappearance of the most prized gems of his collection of old books. The mystery of the affair weighed on him sorely. When the theatre party had returned from its revels, which had included a late supper at a gay restaurant, there was no sign that any burglars had entered Holly House, no sign whatever. And yet the books were gone.
Mr. Paradine had brooded over this astonishing affair ever since, without ceasing, and the minor mystery of why his nephew Bill had telegraphed to him in such an urgent vein, bidding him come without fail to the office this afternoon, paled in comparison. "Mr. West here," he said gruffly. Henry, the office boy, stepped forward, a model of smiling efficiency, courteous and prompt in the presence of the boss. That was how young fellows got on in the business world. "This way, sir." Bill looked up as the door of the private office opened. He had been seated in Mr. Slingsby's chair, but he rose and came forward with a promptness and courtesy which not even Henry had exceeded. "Hello, Uncle Cooley." Mr. Paradine glared about the room. He was in the mood when a man feels that he can find a faint relief in quarreling with someone, and he had decided that he was going to quarrel with Bill. Not that quarrel was the right word. It suggested a conflict. He proposed to squelch Bill. On what grounds he should squelch him he did not at present know, but doubtless time would provide an excuse. "Where's Slingsby?" he grunted, as Henry, his duty done, stepped delicately out and closed the door. "Slingsby's gone," said Bill. "Gone? At this hour of the afternoon? Where?" "America." "America?" Bill bent forward and tapped his uncle impressively on the arm. "Don't paw me," snapped Mr. Paradine. "What are you pawing me for?" "Slingsby," said Bill, uncowed by his forbidding manner, "was a swindler and a crook. I was on to him from the very start, but you would insist that he was perfect." "Slingsby a swindler? What are you talking about?" A marked change crept over Mr. Paradine's demeanor as he listened to the story crisply unfolded by his nephew. Ferocity ebbed from him like some gas with which he had been inflated. For several long minutes after Bill had concluded, he was silent. Then he drew a deep breath. "What I want is a nurse," he said dejectedly. "That's what I want, a nurse. I'm not fit to be trusted alone." Bill beamed upon him with jovial encouragement. "What you want, Uncle Cooley," he said, "is a good live fellow like me looking after your business." Mr. Paradine eyed him with a strange humility. "Would you like to come into my business, Bill?" he asked pathetically. "I'm ready to start learning now." "Then you shall, and name your own salary." "Anything you say, Uncle, only make it large enough for two. I've got a wife to support." Mr. Paradine blinked. "A wife?" "Yes, I think you know her. Your friend Sinclair Hammond's niece." "What? When did this happen?" "It's a secret at present, but perhaps you could break it gently to my aunt-in-law. It happened yesterday." "Yesterday?" "Yes." "But she was going to marry someone else yesterday." "She was, but I met her and we talked it over, and she went off and married me. We young businessmen move fast nowadays, Uncle Cooley. Time is money with us." He reached under the desk. "Oh, by the way, Uncle, I think these books belong to you." Often as Mr. Paradine had gazed upon the contents of the bag which Bill had pushed across the desk, he had never gazed so fixedly as now. And stunned though the look was which he had bestowed upon them, it was as nothing to that which he now directed at Bill. Where did you get these?" "Oh, I just happened to run across your adopted son, Horace, as he was handing them down from a window at Holly House to a pal of his in the garden. Here, there, and everywhere. That's me. I hate to have to tell you, Uncle Cooley, but that boy is a member in good standing of a gang of crooks. They seem to have planted him on you with the idea of having him pass out the swag." Mr. Paradine sighed deeply. "A nurse," he muttered. "A nurse." There was a silence. "Bill," said Mr. Paradine brokenly, "I take back everything I may have said in the heat of the moment about my relatives. They are a ghastly crew. But, by George, you restore the average. From now on," he said as he rose, "I don't move a step without you." "I'm afraid you'll have to, if you intend leaving now. I promised my wife I'd meet her here. I'm expecting her any moment. Why don't you stay and have a chat?" Mr. Paradine shook his head. "Some other day, Bill," he said. "Give her my love, but I can't stop now. I'm going back to Wimbledon." He swished his stick militantly through the air. "I'm going to have a talk with that boy Horace." "Bill," said Mr. Paradine, "I seem to have made a fool of myself in practically every direction. But this is one job I'm going to carry through. I started it, and I'm going to finish it. I'm going to make that boy Horace a credit to society, if I have to wallop him every day for the rest of my life. I'll send him to a good school, by gad, and I'll employ 10 tutors with sawn-off shotguns to look after him during the holidays. By the time he's grown up, I'll have him making the hero of a Sunday school story look like Jesse James. Goodbye, Bill, my boy. Come and lunch with me at the antiquarian's one of these days. You're a great fellow." "You're forgetting your books, Uncle Cooley." Mr. Paradine, who had reached the door, returned. "So I am," he said humbly. "So I am. Yes, I certainly do need a nurse. If you see any good nurses, Bill, reserve one for me." Flick, arriving a few minutes later, found her husband smiling glassily at the opposite wall. The recent interview had affected Bill rather like a strong application of ether. It needed Flick's womanly presence to restore him to a sense of belonging to the world of solid things. "Well?" said Flick eagerly. Bill smiled another glassy smile. "Everything's all right, darling," he replied. "As right as it can possibly be. Uncle Cooley has gone away, promising me vast fortunes and thinking me the most wonderful fellow in the world." "So you are," said Flick. Bill frowned thoughtfully. "I wonder," he mused. "I'm the luckiest I know," he said. "I've only got to look at you to realize that. But look here, you know, I've been thinking over things, and from start to finish I can't see a single thing in the whole business that I've actually done myself. It was you who first got on Slingsby's track. It was Judson who introduced me to Prudence Stryker. It was Prudence Stryker who told me where Slingsby had buried the body. It was Horace who obligingly chose the moment when I was standing under the window to shove his head out and drop that bag of books. It was Judson who got Roderick out of the way in time to prevent—" Flick ruffled his hair lovingly. "I shouldn't worry, precious," she said. "Don't you know, it's the one sure sign that a man is really great when he has all sorts of people working for him. Look at Pierpont Morgan, and Henry Ford, and Selfridge, and all of them. They don't do the work themselves. They just sit and let other people do it for them. That's what shows they are such great men." "Something in that," said Bill gratefully. "Yes, there's certainly something in that." He drew her to him. Henry, the office boy, who was standing on a stool and looking in through the transom, sighed quietly. He was a lad of sentiment. End of chapter 21. End of Bill the Conqueror by P.G. Wodehouse. Recording by Carol Pelster.